Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? We're clearly going to have a very good day because I just said that once and already everyone was settled. This is going to be a good day. A very good morning to every single one of you. What a fantastic, fantastic day and opportunity we have here and ahead of us. It means so much to have each and every one of you here this morning. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Sia Sangweni. How are we? Are we good? Are we good? I need to get something back. Are we good? Yes, there we go. So wherever you are, whether you are streaming from your offices, your homes, all across the world, or you are here at Constitutional Hill this morning, it really means a lot that you are here. And welcome to the Inaugural Memorial Lecture, the Sam Nzima Inaugural Memorial Lecture. So we appreciate every single one of you for being here, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies and moderator for this morning's proceedings. I think we are here to celebrate, we are here to learn, and we are here to share information. In a time like this, in a day like this, to have an opportunity like this is absolutely extraordinary. I will do due diligence a little later and thank all of our partners. But the fact that a platform like today has been created is absolutely extraordinary. And the fact that you've all been here and decided to be part of this. You know, very often they say it's the people on stage who get the round of applause. But I want to start off by giving yourselves a round of applause by being here and supporting. Thank you very much. So we have a lot to get into this morning, and I don't want to waste any more time, but thank you very much for being patient with us as we were kicking things off. We have a lot to get into, and to set the scene, you know, I believe there are certain words that are somewhat overused in the English language, but a word like icon, a word like legend is so befitting when we are discussing Dr. Sam Nzima. You know, now I'm going to age myself, and then you'll get the true category of who you're dealing with here. But I'm 26 years old, and having lived, grown up, and worked in Johannesburg, it is not lost on me to think about going to Soweto as often as I do, and I drive through Vilakazi, and I drive through the Hector Peterson Memorial, and I think about what happened back in 1976. And to say that I cannot even wrap my head around it speaks to the people of that generation who came before us, rather who came before me, the sacrifice, the commitment, the passion, the will that it took to be that person and to persevere and to move on forward and to create iconic work that still lives and still rings true today. It is nothing short of extraordinary. So the fact that we are able this morning to celebrate that and salute that really speaks to the power and the testament of a day like this. But more than that, we'll also be able to get into engaging conversations around how much has changed since 1976, and where are we as the photography, fraternity, and industry, and what can we learn and draw from that experience? Are we all on the same page? Does that sound good? Yes, no, maybe? We're going to get into it, don't you worry. You know, as I was thinking about today and looking at what we have to discuss, I was drawing back on references by Time magazine who described Dr. Sam Nzima's iconic photograph as one of the 100 most influential images of all time. He was honored with the Bronze National Order of Ikhamanga on Freedom Day back in 2011, and his work, I say, lives way beyond his 83 years here on Earth. It became a living testimony, in my opinion, to the power of what journalism can be and can show and express. He is the man behind this iconic photo that has become a testament to the fight against apartheid and became a symbol of the brutality that our country went through at that time. I read an article that Dr. Nzima co-wrote with the BBC, and I look at this phrase as such a poignant description of what he went through back on the 16th of June, 1976. He said it was very high risk because this picture was taken under a shower of bullets. The character of a man who did that is extraordinary, and I think for us to be here as well today is quite a full circle moment in finding out more about Dr. Nzima as well, to find out that he was inspired to get into photography from his own teacher. So the fact that today, many years later, we are here to be able to serve as a platform for teaching as well is extraordinary. And I think wherever he is, he's looking down upon us with pride. And I hope we do justice for him this morning. So an event like this would definitely not be possible without extraordinary partners who are coming into play. Thank you very much to the Sam Nzima Foundation, who has put together this day in coordination and partnership with the Institute of the Advancement of Journalism. I know if you see a lot of people pacing around the room today, it is probably from that team. And also a big, big thank you to the Department of Tourism who have made today possible, as well as the folks at Nestle. We really, really, really appreciate it. And thank you very much to the members of the Department of Tourism who are here this morning. We appreciate your presence, and we also appreciate the presence of some of the stakeholders, dignitaries, members of royalty, the members of the Nzima family. We really appreciate having you here today, and we also appreciate the presence of the Swiss ambassador. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for being here with us this morning, Ambassador Veronique Hallett. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you do want to get involved in social media, please do so. You can use the hashtag #SamNzima and also partner that up with the hashtag photojournalist and also hashtag photojournalism. So I really don't want to waste any more time, and let us get the day started. Just some final housekeeping. Please make sure that your phone is on silent. You know, I'm a very, I do not like to share the spotlight or attention. I'm very self-centered in that way. And I know our speakers are like that as well. So when they are on stage, please give them that attention and not be too much on your phone, unless it is on social media, but please just ensure that your phone is on silent. Secondly, if you are looking for restrooms, they are just outside this main entrance and to your right. But other than that, then we can kick things off. For an official welcome and opening of this morning's presentations and conversation, I'd like to welcome Mr. Thulani Nzima to do that for us. Mr. Thulani, over to you.
Program Director, I think I'm safe here. I can remove my mask. Those of you who watched me throw the piece of computer there, it's safe. It's not like I was throwing away something that I should be using, except that technology has a tendency of playing games, and now I need it. When I throw away this piece, it just flipped my screen in a very funny manner, but I'll get sorted out now. Whilst I'm doing that, let me also add my sincere appreciation to the program director. I want to do this welcome slightly differently. I want to welcome the Minister of Tourism who's joining us online, and I want to recognize the presence of the ambassador, and then give an apology about Dr. Somadoda Fikeni. I'm not too sure if he's already in the room, but he was running late due to a bereavement in the family that has just happened. So don't think I'm ignoring anything else, but my technology is just frozen here. Whatever I was doing, I thought it was smart. it's just not working well at the moment. I'll get it right. I want to also welcome the Nzima family, but I'll come back and do that properly. When we get together like this, the day has finally arrived for us to have this inaugural memorial lecture, a moment which most of us have been working hard for, but we think it's very appropriate that when we get together like this, we take the opportunity to orientate and introduce you to the Semzima legacy. Oftentimes we use these buzzwords and we get lost. Sia, please come back here. This thing is not working well for me, and it's a moment I don't want to mess up. I want to do it properly. And maybe whilst I'm sorting out my technology, you can talk to them about this venue.
Perfect. Thank you very much, sir. This is what I love, the wonders of technology. And I know in the past year, we've had some ups and downs. I was actually remarking to the IHA team, I was so excited to see all of you. I came here a little earlier, and as you know, a master of ceremonies, we have been a little constrained over the past year. You have to work on Zoom, you have to work on Skype. So I was so privileged to see all of you this morning. I'm like, look at everyone. We are actually all here in person. People got dressed, and by that I mean me. I can even get dressed like a full outfit, because I was one of those people who was just getting dressed from the waist up. I'm like, yeah, sweatpants are good enough. So let me also take this opportunity to say, naze nabahle. You all look good. So thank you very much for that. While we just give Mr. Nzima some time, I think perhaps we can move on to the keynote address. Is that fine? Fantastic. Then just in order to not waste time, we'll continue with the program in the meantime. So I will bear the brunt of repeating myself quite a number of times this morning, but a little earlier on I did say that words like icon sometimes are overused, but I don't know any other words that truly encapsulate and are befitting and are worthy for some of the people that are in our presence this morning, including the gentleman who will be doing our keynote speaker. He is an icon. He is a legend. He has done incredible, incredible work, and he is Mr. Mandla Langa. He is a South African poet, a short story writer, he is a novelist, and he's a cultural activist. Mr. Mandla went into exile back in 1976, and he's lived in various countries. In 1991, he was awarded the British Arts Council bursary for creative writing, and in 2007, he received South Africa's National Order of Ikhamanga in silver. His works include The Lost Colors of the Chameleon, which won the 2009 Commonwealth Prize for the best book in the African region, and Dare Not Linger, a biography from the archives of Nelson Mandela. Mr. Mandla has a doctorate, an honorary doctorate from the Universities of Fort Hare and Wits, and I do implore you to give him a round of applause as he walks up on stage, because I'll cut it there. If I carried on singing his praises, firstly, he'll start turning a deeper shade of maroon, but also we'd be here for the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mandla.
Good morning. Is it morning? Good morning, everyone, and I'm very humbled and happy to be here. The greetings to and recognition of the people that should be recognized has been done. And I will use the age-old cop-out that all protocols observed. I've got here in front of me my speech, and I also have got on my cell phone, and I'm hoping the technology does not do a Mr. Chulani Nzima on me. In that I had my wife look through the speech before I printed it, and she said to me that please remove all the big words. So if there are any words that you see me stumbling on, you must know that they are not from me. I have titled this talk, Remember to Remember the Unremembered. I borrowed the title for this keynote from a poem I read and memorized in those years of reading and committing to memory long tracts of incendiary writing, for the simple reason that being found with evidence of banned material was once a one-way ticket into unimaginable hell in the hands of the security police. It's a poem by Haki Madhubuti, the African-American writer who was once known as Don L. Lee. He wrote the poem after the hula baloo around Angela Davis, who in 1970, guns were found that belonged to her, which were used in an armed takeover of a courtroom in Marin County, California, in which 4 people were killed. Prosecuted for 3 capital felonies, including a conspiracy to murder, she was held in jail for over a year before being acquitted on all charges in 1972. This poem then was for the co-accused, someone who hadn't attained the status of celebrity. In a word, the poem is about ensuring that we should pay homage to heroes and heroines that we have thrown into stellar heights, but we must also remember the small men and women, the people that have contributed towards making that celebrity possible. And that is you and I, me and you. We must also remember to remember them. It is for this reason that I accepted the invitation from Faiza Abraham Smith, Executive Director of the Institute for the Advancement of Journalism, in partnership with Mr. Chulani Nzima, Chairperson of the Sam Nzima Foundation. There were others I've already met, Bobaba Alwa, who also organized a virtual meeting where other participants, such as Robin Comley and Neon Zoma, shared their preliminary insights on the subject. I'm also looking forward to the panel discussion that will follow this talk. In a word, I would like to get the thanks out of the way for everyone involved in setting up this memorial lecture. The story of the fateful events of June 16, 1976 cannot be fully told without the name of Mr. Dr. Sam Nzima featuring prominently. Reading about his life in various publications and hearing accounts from journalists and others who interacted with him, a picture emerges of someone driven from an early age. I was heartened by the fact that Dr. Nzima was born in Bushbuck Ridge on 8 August 1934. I was heartened for the simple reason that my late brother, Pius Langa, who was one time Chief Justice of this country, was also born in a village in Bushbuck Ridge. Perhaps, I thought, in a moment of whimsical self-indulgence, they might have met as boys and shared ideas about how the future of this country should be. But growing up in a farm where his father worked must have been hard for young Sam for the simple reason that farm life, however idealized in novels and films, is one of hardship. But it is here in the early years that he was fated to meet a schoolmaster, a school teacher who showed him the workings of a camera, an instrument that caught his fancy and would one day be his chosen weapon. In fact, when asked how he envisaged his legacy in an interview with Mbegezeli Mbuli of a local newspaper, the Lowfelder, Sam Nzima had a ready reply, quote, "I would like to be remembered as a freedom fighter who did not use a machine gun to send a message across, but only used a camera. The one camera he used to take photographs was a Pentax SL." In underscoring the hard-scrabble existence of black people in farms, especially in that region of Limpopo, I would like us to imagine the period in which little Sam grew up. The 1930s or 40s were a time of an impossibly punishing existence for farm workers. The bosses, mainly Afrikaners, forced young boys to work and have as little education as possible, which was the price families paid for living on the farms. There was physical abuse for the smallest infraction. In an unpublished manuscript about those conditions where the life of black people meant nothing, a friend of mine, Enoch Sitole, writes about the criminal treatment meted out to black people who were forced to sell their livestock and become tenants on farms. Sam Nzima must have had a glimpse of that life, and it is no surprise that he sought to escape this existence whilst he was doing Standard 6 and headed for Johannesburg. There's a difference between a Jimmy come lately to Joburg and a person who was born and bred in the city. Someone coming from the sticks, as it were, who still smells of village smoke, tends to treat the city about which he or she has heard so much and none of it encouraging, with caution. In most cases, out-of-towners evince a seriousness that is lacking in so-called township dwellers who have long figured out ways of surviving. A photographer coming face to face with a new setting tends to want to capture everything, the eye or the lens, missing nothing. It is the eye of a child beholding the terrors or wonders of a new world. If one, therefore, were to write Sam Nzima's biography, a social biography rather than one dealing with his work as a photojournalist, one would focus on his single-minded application to the tasks laid out before him. And since we're all the sum total of our experiences, one would say that when he took up many so-called menial tasks as a gardener before becoming a waiter, after completing his high school correspondence courses, he was here to do a job. And one would imagine that he still had a home which he hoped to return to one day. He just didn't know what fate would throw his way, which would hasten his return to Bushbuck Ridge, to Lilyvale. It was when he was working as a waiter that his single-minded need to improve himself shone brightest. Reading and copying the writing styles of seasoned scribes, he later worked as a freelancer for the World newspaper and had a feature published. One can imagine the elation of seeing his own name in print. There followed a long stint as a photojournalist attached to the World. This means that the written stories played second fiddle to his work as a photographer. Here one would make a comment that, as has been observed earlier, that as experiences play a major role in determining the paths people take, there is truth that upbringing and the cards dealt out by fate and circumstance become the driving force. A creative crucible that finally yields outstanding work. That and hard work and talent. Without these, a person is a dilettante, a wannabe artist, poet, photographer, or writer. Dr. Sam Nzima was chosen by history to be at the right place at the right time. Assigned by the World newspaper, which was fortuitously edited by Percy Qoboza, Sam Nzima was one of the photojournalists around Soweto on June 16, 1976, where he had heard that students were going to demonstrate. But it was to be his call to take that emblematic photograph of a dying and bloodied Hector Peterson being carried by Mbuyisa Makubo with Hector's sister Antoinette Sithole running alongside. There is no mistaking the anguish on the faces of the young people. The 18-year-old Mbuyi grimacing, showing the effort of running with the dead weight of the 13-year-old Hector. Antoinette, beside herself with grief, is only 15 years old. I remember the image, its impact, and the fact that it lends itself to reproduction. As soon as it made its appearance, as it soon made appearances almost everywhere in various incarnations. As a poster, a banner, a t-shirt, or featuring in innumerable publications, acting as a graphic shorthand that took the abstract struggle against apartheid onto recognizable, almost visceral levels. If one draws from Christian iconography imagery, the composition would be evocative of Michelangelo's Renaissance sculpture, the Pieta, which depicts the body of Jesus in the lap of his mother Mary after the crucifixion. The picture by Dr. Sam Nzima tells a story that has been quite difficult to tell. The story of oppression, which has its roots in colonial plunder, has been obscured by the skillful and orchestrated campaign to render black people and their pain invisible. The usurpation of their land has always been accompanied by a constant crusade to elide, if not erase, from living memory any of their achievements. There were wars of conquest. What remained of the structures of nationhood was downgraded to become subject to the power of invaders, whether wielded by the British Empire or by the new conquerors, the Afrikaners. From the Cape to the border with Mozambique, the stories that sought to elevate people above their given status of chattel slaves were made taboo. But no condition, especially one based on force, is permanent. The more the regime demonstrated its naked strength, the more it engendered resistance. Power without morality, someone once observed, leads to tyranny. Growing louder in the late 60s was a countervailing philosophy that posited a view that debunked state-sponsored invisibility of Black people. The Black consciousness movement, its philosophy recognized the hard battles that had been fought by the liberation movements, but decided that with the silencing and banning of these movements, there was a need to fill the vacuum. The youth, which was at the forefront of this new energy, led boycotts in universities and various institutions of higher learning, or as Malcolm X would say, in centers of miseducation and indoctrination. This new energy, underscored by a slogan, "Black men and women, you're on your own," found its way into the corridors of the high schools of Soweto, Nyanga, Langa, Guguletu, and many parts of our country. Here was the paradox of education that James Baldwin has written about. The paradox of education, he says, is precisely this, that as one begins to become conscious, one begins to examine the society in which he or she is being educated. When the masters of the land sought to enforce Afrikaans, a language associated with oppression, as the medium of oppression, of instruction in many subjects, including maths and science, they lit a fuse to a powder keg. It is tried to make the observation that in the minds of many, Black life is cheap. The children threw stones and took to the street to prove one point, that they existed and that they mattered. The strength of their resolve could not be contained or stopped even by bullets. Sam Nzima took a photograph of a casualty, a boy of 13. The photograph became more powerful than speeches at the United Nations. It galvanized and united various nations into a bloc to oppose apartheid. The Western aesthetic holds that photographs objectify and commodify events or people captured by the camera. That might be the case in circumstances where the objective of taking the photograph is to improve the appearance, the quality of the subject. That could not hold for a photograph that became a representative of the suppressed emotions of history. At the time of the Bellhook massacre in 1921, exactly a century ago, which was also the year of the formation of the Communist Party, there were no photographers that immortalized that ghastly moment for posterity. The massacre remains embedded in our DNA and forms part of our memories of trauma, but it is abstract, leading to abstract indignation. There were many, many violations, some of them emanating from the very structure of apartheid, men and women murdered by the force of state, which occasioned enforced starvation. The murder of the innocence of children happened when these young minds, were forced to witness the humiliation of their parents. There was Sharpeville, all those bodies punctured by steel slugs. Somehow, when Hector Peterson fell down and Buisa ran with him alongside Antoinette to the car, the time had come for everyone to say enough. In February 1977, I'm happy that Snooki is here. I was part of the ANC contingent of artists, musicians, writers, poets, and dancers that went to Nigeria to attend FESTAC, the second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture. Here, more than 20,000 artists from over 70 countries came together in a cultural extravaganza. The contingent from the ANC was jointly led by poet laureate Brawili Kiurapetsi Khositsile and by Jonas Gwangwa, and it fielded musicians like Johnny Jani, Dudu Puwana, Bineste Saul, Lucky Ranku, Churchill Jolobe, Louis Moholo, Enes Motle, Julian Bahula, and many more. From Tanzania, the contingent was augmented by Mugwenya. These were the old veterans who had been in the camps. These were ANC veterans and students, most of whom had fled into exile in the aftermath of June 16, 1976. President Olusegun Obasanjo, the grand patron of the festival, sought to play down the fact that exactly a year earlier, on 13 February 1976, the popular head of state and his predecessor, Lieutenant General Murtala Muhammad, had been assassinated in a coup attempt. During FESTAC, the presence of the military was everywhere. And so, during a performance by the students from Soweto, I was seated high up in the balcony with another artist, Lefifi Tladi from Dashiki, and we were watching the performance down below. Seated next to us was a big Nigerian soldier in full combat gear, carrying a machine gun that looked like a pistol in proportion to his size. Down below, the play by the students started. It was a skit, really, with a narrator and about 25 young people enacting the lead to the confrontation with the South African police. The students produced placards, singing and chanting, as they probably had not too long ago, berating the police. Then there was the sound of gunfire, and the students on stage scattered, some fell and squirmed on the floor of the stage in various poses of simulated death. And then the iconic scene where Hector Peterson gets shot and a frozen tableau approximating Sam Nzima's photograph. It was then that I looked to my side at the Nigerian soldier, and he was weeping like a child. 8 years later, in a mass meeting in Lusaka in 1985, during the preparation for the ANC conference in Gabwe, ANC President Oliver Tambo was talking when he noticed that one of the comrades, nobleman Ngumalo, who was famously known as Mzala, had his hand up. Mzala wanted to know from the president if he would agree that the Black consciousness movement had played a big role in the struggle in South Africa. To this, Tambo replied without hesitation, affirming the role of young people in pushing the frontiers of freedom. It seemed to me that the telegraphing of the seriousness of the situation in the country could only have happened once the image took hold of the consciences of the world. It is said that there has to be a blood sacrifice of the young and vulnerable before people can take things seriously. Today we watch with horror as an obscene calculus is playing out in the massacre of Palestinians, especially the heavy, unacceptably high number of deaths of women and children. I used to wonder why people in the Middle East put photographs of the slain against their chests when they go to bury. Then I saw the same thing in Latin America and, of course, in parts of Africa. Where people are bereft, the nearest source of solace is an image of a loved one. Prasem Nzima charted the way for us, young and old. He is now gone and has left us with a huge responsibility. Ours, especially the young people who can still dream dreams, is to get our cameras and flood the country with images of our choice, where we'll counter the lies and the attempts to render us invisible. We cannot be distracted by the noise of the misinformation which has distorted reality. It will be hard. It was hard at first for Dr. Sam Nzima. At the end, it was possible. When we do that, we'll be able to remember with pride the youth are that possibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Mandla. That is extraordinary. You have, of course, I can go on and sing your praises the whole morning, but such an extraordinary way with words to, give us the imagery and these great stories to share. I will go on record and say I'm pretty certain I would not be able to manage the fee to book you for a private one-on-one storytelling session. So rather, I'll be cheap and say, wouldn't you like to have him over for dinner? Nah? So, yeah, sir, I of course, I'm not booking you for something, no, but I'm just inviting you for dinner. Yeah. You let me know what you want on the menu, I'll make that happen. I'd love to pick your brain just over dinner. That's all. Innocent, right, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Very innocent enough. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue on with our day, I'd like to invite Mr. Nzima back onto stage, Mr. Tulani Nzima, for the second time, just to give us an official opening and welcome. Thank you, sir.
And I'm hoping that technology will never disappoint me again. Thank you so much, Sia. As is the case when we get together, the intention for us is to share enough information about the life of Dr. Sam Nzima, but even more important, it is for us to bring you on board on what it is that we're trying to do. I think it can easily be a buzzword that we're talking about the legacy of Sam Nzima. What exactly is this legacy? And for all of you to be able to join in this crusade, you need to actually be fully affair with what it is that we're doing. So we are here today. Let me first talk about the purpose for being here. It is to present the Dr. Zima Inaugural Memorial Lecture. The word itself, inaugural, means is the first of its kind, but with a lot more to come. So our promise to you is that we will gather, whether it is here or elsewhere in this country every year, to have a memorial lecture in honor of Dr. Sam Zima. We also want to tell you, we use this inaugural lecture as a platform for change, as a platform for peace, dialogue, and a force for good. We want to make sure that people understand where we are. I've been given this little gadget here. I hope it works well. Wow. It does. Whatever will be happening behind me, sorry, can you take this and navigate it, because I don't want to be distracted looking at the screen there. The reason for what we're doing is, as I speak to you, there are certain images which will resonate with the presentation that I'm giving you here. We want to remind South Africa and all of us here about this modest man called Dr. Sam Zima, that he made a modest but a critical contribution to our democracy. A lot has already been said about that. We want to celebrate the legend that is Dr. Sam Zima, making sure that we never ever forget about this man. We want to announce posthumously that he is now Dr. Sam Zima. He has been honored by the Tshwane University of Technology with a doctoral degree. So when you hear Dr. Mandla Langa, who does not want me to refer to him as Dr. Mandla Langa, saying Dr. Sam Zima, it's because officially he has been recognized by TUT as Dr. Sam Zima. So we also want to implore you to please spread the message that he is Dr. Sam Zima, because not a lot of people are aware of this. I'm sure he would have been very proud of the title himself. And furthermore, we want to make sure that we honor his legacy to South Africa and the world at large, that his spirit will definitely live on. That the passing of Dr. Sam Zima was not in vain. We want to use this project to immortalize him and make sure that his name will outlive his own life that he lived here. We want to remind everybody that the blood of Hector Peterson, Mbuyisa Makhubu, and others was not in vain. But what are the various elements of the Sam Zima Legacy Project? In a nutshell, I'm not talking about everything else, but in a nutshell, the Sam Zima Legacy Foundation starts with the formation of the Sam Zima Foundation. This was formed in 2015 when Sam Zima was still alive. So we didn't wake up one morning and say we want to immortalize him and hurried up to form a foundation. It's been existing. We have already got a functional board, and I will introduce the board members later on, and chaired by yours truly. So we've been operating since 2015 as a structure. We have acquired a 3.5 hectare piece of land where the Sam Zima legacy is going to be built. It already exists. We have had it for quite some time. The legacy concept document has been developed, and we have already done a cost estimate on what it is that it is going to cost us. So it exists. We have already ventilated it with various interest parties. The foundation itself has already invested upwards of R500,000 in bringing us to where we are now through various partners that we've got. So when we go around asking for financial assistance, in corporate language, you will say we did put seed capital ourselves already. But what does the project entail? So what will happen at this particular center, the Semzima Legacy Center, is that firstly, we are going to build an interpretive center which will house the indigenous knowledge of the people of Mpumalanga. You know that us as Africans, our stories and the knowledge of our people resides with the elders. So we want to make sure that we harvest that knowledge and make it available through the center. The museum will be used to tell the history of the people of Mpumalanga, not just Semzima's life. The people of Mpumalanga have got a very interesting, sometimes very challenging history. Some of them who lived in what was called trust lands have had to pay a huge price, where they had to work in the farms pretty much like conscripted to work in the farms to earn the right of tenure to live in those particular farms. So the stories are going to be told there. It's a long history. It's a history of land dispossession as well. The history of cattle being confiscated and mowed down by the system to make sure that people can continue to be subsistent and work in the farms. We are going to build a cultural melting pot where the various peoples of Mpumalanga, which consists of the Swazis, the Shangans, the Mapulanis, and all of them in the neighboring Mozambique and Swaziland, can get together and share their knowledge and experiences. So it's not about the Semzima Legacy Center. It is through the center that we want to tell these stories. Semzima himself comes from the journalism background, so we're going to build what we call the Center of Excellence. So the Center of Excellence, loosely translated, is the School of Journalism, Media Training. We are already at an advanced stage working with collaborating partners, specifically here, the Tshwane University of Technology, to make sure that whatever tuition is going to be offered at this center is going to be legitimate, and the people who graduate from here will have the correct accreditation. So we are already working very tirelessly in that regard, because this was Semzima's biggest dream, to also teach the young up and coming about photography in the traditional manner in which he did it, but of course technology has long overtaken that now. We are also going to build an auditorium which will offer an opportunity for regular dialogue and reconciliation. Mandalanga was talking about the Palestinian and Israeli issue. These are the kind of things that need to happen there. The reconciliation, the bringing together of the community. This is not going to be a white elephant center that we're talking about. It will be accessible to the communities that can come in and have these engagements. We'll also make sure that we create a component of sustainability, because most of the time, these things become white elephants. After it has been built, you keep on hoping for donations. We will ask for donations, but we also want to create an element of sustainability. We will have a kiosk, and which will also have the indigenous restaurant. That's where tourists are going to be coming. We are also creating a tourist product and a route. So there will be a route that goes to the Semzima Legacy Center. The Semzima Legacy Center has got as its neighbors some of South Africa's top private game lodges. I'm talking the Sabis, the Malamalas, and including Richard Branson's own Ulusaba, which is just a stone's throw away from this center. So we are creating a relationship with these people so that the center becomes sustainable. It is not just going to be dependent on donations. So what have we done so far? We have not been folding our arms since that time. Since 2015, we've done a few things. So we want to share with you some of our achievements. Let's not take for granted the putting together of a memorial lecture. Let us not take for granted the putting together of a commemoration of Semzima. So we committed in 2018 as both the family and the foundation that every year we will have the Semzima commemoration. We are now into the third year. We are here today having this inaugural lecture, but tomorrow we are going to be driving to Mpumalanga at 11 o'clock tomorrow. We are starting the 3rd commemoration of Sam Zima. So I'm saying we have not failed since we made that commitment, Mom and the family. We have not failed to commit to the commemoration of Sam Zima. Today, we present the inaugural Dr. Sam Zima Memorial Lecture. As I indicated, it's the beginning of one of many to follow. And we want to have partners that are going to be with us for the long haul, not just today. Next year, we want to have a level of certainty that the inaugural Sam Zima event is going to happen. And based on the partners that we've got now, I'm quite confident that we will be able to pull this one. During the hard lockdown, we did not also fold our arms. We did have something that will recognize Sam Zima. We donated PPEs, blankets, and food parcels to 2 old age homes in the neighboring area of where the Sam Zima Legacy Center is going to be built. We partnered with the Kunjula Foundation that helped us to get this far. So we did something. There's a lot more that we did around that time. We have already indicated to you that Dr. Sam Zima was posthumously honored with a doctoral degree. That was work that we have already done last year in November. So he was given, in terms of the ceremonial graduation, it happened last year in November. The graduation itself, though virtual, it happened in April of 2020. It didn't just happen. Let's understand this. There are people who agitate for this. There are people who motivate for it. There are people who feel touched about the contribution and the legacy of Sam Zima. So we want to continue to thank them. In the Western Cape, we also have what you will call a cell branch or a chapter of the Sam Zima Foundation, which is headed by Ubabalwa Hopper. We'll introduce her shortly. We partnered with Designers Without Borders and making sure that we continue the same things that we were doing in Mpumalanga, we were doing in the Western Cape. We had food parcels. We also partnered with Facebook to offer training on the use of technology during this pandemic period to young women in business. We trained over 100 of them last year, and they were certificated. The cost of offering this course was covered by Facebook. So hopefully we will continue to have this relationship with Facebook. They were certificated and quite a lot of excitement around that. We signed a memorandum of understanding with Elgin College. This was to make sure that when we have students that can get tuition and training, it can happen right now. I think you'll get to understand that for us, we are not waiting for the brick and mortar building to be completed that says we can do the work of recognizing and honoring Sam Zima. It is for that reason that we are meeting here, because if we were to wait for that, the cost of erecting the structure is quite enormous, but we are not folding our arms. We are doing something about it. The Sam Zima family last year donated the old Sam Zima and Zinziswan Zima's house to the foundation. We have since converted his home, his old home, into a mini museum and the office of the foundation. We are reconnecting with the spirit of Sam Zima, going back to his old house. This is our humble beginning. We know we have a bigger picture, but we want to start right there, and we continue to appreciate this from the family. So what are we going to do next? Quite a few things that I want to focus on. We want to launch a proper Sam Zima Foundation website. It's been under construction for quite some time. There is a repository of information, including this presentation and many more that we have covered, including his burial and the memorial service. There's quite a lot of information. We are on course to completing that process. We are going to be launching in August His date of birth is the 8th of August. So we try and find an opportunity to elevate and celebrate him at every opportunity that we can have. Therefore, this year in August, we are going to launch the annual Dr. Sam Zima Charity Golf and Gala Dinner. We want to make sure that we use such opportunities to raise money both for the foundation and the deserving charity organizations in his neighborhood. The big challenge that we have as well is we need to find money to fence and protect this 3.5 hectare piece of land. It's not quite a lot of money. It is a lot of money for us as a foundation depending on donations. But you must understand the possibility and the risk of people invading this piece of land if it is not protected. In areas where we have this site, there is always that looming danger that people can anytime go into it. We want to complete the biography of Dr. Sam Zima. If you look behind me here, you'll see that we are already halfway there with the completion of the biography of Dr. Sam Zima. There are books that are already on display here. I will ask you to look, but don't take, because we still have a lot of work to do. So essentially for us, we want to give encouragement to those who support the cause and the legacy of Sam Zima to say, actually, you are working with a group of dedicated people. This is a serious milestone for us, that we are able to put together, put on the table, a biography of Dr. Sam Zima, which will tell the story. As you see here, it says through the lens of Sam Zima. But we want to tell the story of the man behind the picture. There is enough known about the picture, but very little about the man himself. We also want to complete a documentary that has been under construction for a long time. In the room here, I've got Nhlanhla Mthethwa Nyambos. Nhlanhla has been working on this documentary for quite some time. So I'm sure you all appreciate the fact that you need a biography that can then be translated into the documentary. But we are doing it parallel to each other and hoping that the stories will never have conflict with each other. But we will show you snippets of the trailer of this documentary that we have done. And it's been a long project in the making. It started when Dr. Sam Zima was still alive. So these are some of the commitments and the things that we need to do in the foreseeable future. We also want to make sure that we complete the registration and protection of the Hector Peterson trademarks and intellectual property rights. I will introduce Adams and Adams. They are in the room. Those of you who are in the art business will know that the best law firm maybe in the world, but certainly in South Africa, is Adams and Adams. And they've been doing a lot of work from 1998, when Sam Zima eventually got the copyrights of the Hector Peterson image. They have assisted Sam Zima in the registration of these copyrights pro bono. Now we are working with them. Darren Morin, thank you so much for coming. I know I'll come to this part, but if I'm talking about a senior partner at Adams and Adams who can spend this much time without charging you, I think you get to understand the enormity of the project that we are about and the goodwill that exists out there. Darren, you have never charged me anything significant. If you really charge anything, it's my tea time with Maureen, and that's basically what it has been. But we want to recognize, and let me also explain why. Darren is going to cover this in his presentation. The part about the trademarks and intellectual property rights is critical because Darren will explain the photograph that was published in 1976 has got 50 years before its rights expire. Even though it took Brasem 22 years to eventually get the copyrights in 1998, we are now left with something like 5 years before the copyrights expire. So we've creatively gone into the next level of saying, how do we protect this? Darren will talk to that, but it is very important. The second thing that we are doing, together with Adams and Adams as well, is to make sure that we can protect Brasem's own personal images. Suddenly, just like you see with any other important person out there, Sam Zima's pictures are of great value. And we need to make sure that they are not just randomly used without compensation or consideration for compensation or donation to a cause that helps to uplift his legacy. But the bigger thing for us is that we want to continue the crusade of fundraising to complete Dr. Sam Zima's bigger dream, the creation of the Sam Zima Legacy Center. So I took this deliberate way of talking to you because I want you to be on board with us. I want you to join and understand exactly what it is. It is only through the sharing of a vision and a mission that people can be on the same page. And because you want to be with us, I thought it's important that we share as a snippet of things that we're doing under the name and this buzzword of the Sam Zima Legacy Project, what it means in essence. Where I should have started is to acknowledge our guests, important guests, and our partners here. I want to introduce the Sam Zima family. Let me ask Mom to simply raise your hand. I don't want you to stand up really, unless you still feel energetic. The matriarch of the family, and she's not alone. She's to her left, she's with my sister Bongiwe, and to her right is my kid sister Uzekaya, my brother-in-law Dali Duma. You can just wave your hands, people, so that they recognize you, Sisbongi. We also have, I have my son here, Ste. I don't know where he's sitting, somewhere here. This is the Sam Zima inner family, but we are a much bigger family. We are of the Mazibuko clan, Omanzezulu, Mwelase, Oputin, Ozigote. Bakhona abanye ozigote ngale nisasebancane, you can stand up banibone. That's our, they come from KZN. We were supposed to have been joined by the executive mayor of Newcastle, but he is represented by his daughter, Ayanda. Sisbongi, you are pointing something to me. Are you saying I've missed out on somebody else? Oh, yes, to me, my apologies. So it says Bongi, is Tumani, is Zay. Tumani, thank you so much. Tumani is Mom's driver who made sure that she's here from Mpumalanga. She arrived last night. I'm not too sure whether you are going to be driving back to Mpumalanga tonight or tomorrow, but we thank you so much, Mom. Your presence means a lot. These are the people who are trying to uplift and support the legacy of your dear husband. So for you to be here with them, it gives encouragement. And for all of you as family members, and now it's Baal, Rwand, Siabong, Bakona Gwakulan. I want to recognize the presence of the Swiss ambassador to South Africa, Veronique Hallett. Thank you so much, Your Excellence, for joining us. She just stepped out of the room. So we are blessed by her presence. We recognize that the Minister of Tourism is joining us via the virtual or streaming system. We are grateful that the National Department of Tourism could join hands with us. As you see here, it's not an accident. This event wouldn't have happened if the Minister of Tourism didn't, and the Director General in the department, sending a guy called Blessing, who was a blessing to us in making this thing working. So we are very grateful. I also want to introduce our formidable and most important partner for this event, the Institute for the Advancement of Journalism. Pfizer and your team, without you, this event wouldn't be at the level where it is now. I was talking to the chairperson of IAJ. Thank you so much for making sure that you cajole the team to be where we are now. But you have a challenge, which you just confirmed with me when I whispered in your ear earlier on. You have set the bar very high this year. We must continue the same trajectory going forward next year. But to your team, and the deputy chair of the board is also here. So that's how serious they take us. If people take us this seriously, we have to do the same to reciprocate. So we thank you very, very much, Pfizer and your team. At some stage, I thought you and some of your team members must be smoking or sniffing something that I don't have access to. The level of energy that you have is just amazing. Our main sponsors, I've mentioned the Department of Tourism. We thank them very much. Nestle, for the coffees that you are receiving, you don't have to put a coin there to get it. So well done to them, thank you. The Semzima Foundation organizing team, which consists, of course, of Pfizer and Babalwa. Babalwa, we have to recognize you. She's the national coordinator for the Semzima Foundation. She flew all the way from Cape Town to join us here. So I also want to recognize Neo Nzoma, sitting at the, right up there. Everything you see here, the choreographing, the curating, and maybe including choreographing, but the curating that you see here is Neo, who also does not go to sleep. And she had to drive all the way from Mahikeng last night. She's gutted, she's tired, but thank you so much for putting all of these things together. The panelists that are here, including the moderators, Sia was delivered by Neo. There's a lot more that I can say about this. So thank you very, very much for that. Let me also recognize this venue where we are, the Constitution Hill, a living museum characterized by its checkered history. If you don't know enough about this place, it just tells and exposes your age. There was an image that was hanging here at some stage. I'm sure Snooki will know this. Something called Tauza. It was in Motlatse's book. It was talking about Tauza. I'm sure Bratomi, you also heard something about Tauza. This place was hell. I was detained a few hours or so further down here. There's a prison and there's a police station this to my right-hand side. But after processing you, this was going to be your home of horror, this place. But we appreciate the fact that it has been open to all of us. I also want to recognize the moderator. A special mention to Darren and Maureen. Thank you so much. From Adams and Adams, as I have already covered. There's also a person who's probably joining us via the virtual system, Robin Comley. Robin Comley is the lady who was instrumental in Semzima eventually getting the copyrights of the Hector Peterson picture in 1998. Started this process and supported by what's his name? Alistair Spark. They got it right. But I want to also recognize the presence of Tom Koza. Tom Koza, the man sitting here, if he did not rush to the world newspapers with a film that Dr. Sam Zima had hidden in his camera, in his socks, you wouldn't have seen this image here today. This is the man who rushed the picture safely to the world to be processed and printed, and he has been my dad's friend for all along. I want to also recognize Dr. Snooki Zigalala, who is the president or the chairperson of the ANC Veterans League. He's both. And I was saying to Snooki, at some stage, I thought he was conspiring to kill my father, because even after my dad had undergone an operation, Snooki dragged him to an ANC event and phoned me in the middle of the night to bring a jacket because this man is freezing to death. Snooki, thank you very much for supporting the old man. Nhlanhla Mthethwa, Nyambos, siyabonga baba. Qhubeke, you have a project to complete. You didn't promise to me, you promised it to Brasem. That documentary. Utsepo Nketle. Tsepo is co-writing the book with me, this book. I want to thank him. I briefed this guy in a short space of time, and I don't know what got over him, but he managed to get us this far. So I thank him very, very much for doing this. And he's giving us the prelude of things to come. Dr. Somadwa Rafiken, I think people don't know that you and I know each other. And you also didn't know my link to Brasem. But thank you so much. Yeah, I'm talking about Dr. Somadwa Rafiken. He's here. There he is. Those of you who see him commentating on various things, we know each other. He's not doing us a favor. He's part of this family. He was closer to my dad. I just want to lastly mention some special guests. This is a little bit emotional. Mom is not in the room. In the picture of Hector Peterson, I don't have to step aside for you to see that. In the picture of Hector Peterson, there's something remarkable about it. It consists of 5 people. It consists of Hector Peterson. We know he died on that day. It consists of Mbuyisa Makhubu. What happened to Mbuyisa? Many documentaries and stories have been written and speculated on that. But we know for a fact that he is no more. We also have Brasem, who took the picture. We know for a fact that we are commemorating him. He died 3 years ago. There's also a lady who's frantically crying and lifting her arms next to Hector Peterson. That's Antoinette Sithole. So I have this honor to introduce to you Antoinette Sithole. Antoinette. She is real. This is the lady crying besides Mbuyisa. And Mbuyisa Makhubu, the Makhubu family, is represented by Charles Makhubu. Charles, please also take a bow. These are important people, and symbolically, it indicates the union and the relationship that we all have together. We share something in common. And as we make progress under the same Zima Foundation, we will always remember these two families. We will contribute to their well-being with the little means that we can. This is the commitment that we put together with Brasem. So as you donate something to the same Zima Foundation going forward, let us keep in mind that there is also the Makubu and the Antoinette Tolles family. They have been very gracious in making sure that this legacy and the image itself remains intact. There was a time when we had a challenge about some people wanting to deface Mbuyisa Makubu's face. Charles, I wanted Ntsiki to be here today, but unfortunately I lost her contact. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the part I wanted to bring you on board on, making sure that we are together. My apologies for the earlier glitch in technology. But with this, I want to say thank you so much. Sia, thank you very much for your patience and understanding. And we now know and understand what the same Zima legacy actually means and what it entails, and the role that each one of you can play in helping us to build this project. Thank you so much.
Mr. Thulani Nzima, thank you very, very much for that. Great context, great insight as well to find out more about the Sam Nzima Foundation, chairperson of the Sam Nzima Foundation, Mr. Thulani Nzima. Thank you very much for that. And it's incredible to see just how much the foundation is doing continuously. And a big shout out again to the Tshwane University of Technology for the work that they've done. So it is now official. Dr. Sam Nzima. Mr. Nzima did say we should spread the word, right? So let's continue doing that, spreading the word wherever we can. You can also do so on social media. You can use the hashtag Sam Nzima, hashtag photojournalist, and hashtag photojournalism. Those in the room who are not photographers, I know then the type of pressure that you must be feeling, right? We are in the midst of greatness. I'm imploring you to post on social media. I was trying to take photos earlier and I thought, who is behind me and judging me? Which legend is beside me saying, your composition is off and your lens is not, and the coloring is, so I started just taking photos like this, okay? It's fine, I feel that pressure, we'll be together on this one. It is incredible though what the foundation is doing, and I see exactly how the hard work and the incredible work comes to fruition. I will not name and shame, but leading up to this event, coming up to it, I'm interacting with a lot of people from the team, and I see exactly how things get done. There was one particular member of the team who said to me, Sia, Mamela, uzosebenza apho uzophangela. You are not just the MC. You will come in the morning, you will make things happen. You will come and help us. So once again, I didn't mention anyone's name. I just said that, my impression might be off, but she makes things done, okay? She gets things done along with the rest of the team. So kudos again to the foundation for the incredible, incredible work that you do. To reiterate what Mr. Nzima did say, thank you very much. In her absence, the Swiss ambassador, Veronique Hallett, and yes, she did have to leave earlier than expected, but she did have prior commitments. But we do appreciate the fact that she was here this morning. And as well, to the Minister of Tourism, Kubayi Ngubani, who's joining us virtually. We appreciate your presence. So there has been a lot of information being dispensed this morning so far, but we thought let's just digest and decompress with a talent of different sorts. We've been speaking about and highlighting the talent of photography this morning, but now it's time to celebrate a talent of a different kind. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mighty Voices, an a cappella act for us today.
Hi everyone, how are you? I'd like everyone to wear their masks because we're going to sing without wearing any masks. Thank you. I'm saying hello, just a little while, girl. I'm saying hello, just a little while. Oh Lord, I know it's African child. Oh, but everything indeed will be alright. Oh, I know it's yes, I know it's oh, but everything indeed will be alright. Alright. Yeah. Everything will be alright. Will be alright. Everything will be alright. Will be alright. Yes, a blacks been denied the right to liberate themselves from the chains of oppression. Oh, no, no. That's why I take over like the government system, speeding all day like the beds of heaven. Oh, we paid it all, and all to us they owe. I say African time. We'll be alright. We'll be alright. I'm gonna be alright. Elitiku yolunga, ayikote kubeke kugesa, obayena obase masolo. Ekiribeya lingole pati, murapele kamata. Oh, dip, badim skip, badim, 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 skip it up, badim, ba, ba. Oh, hey, everything will be alright.
On my first time to work, it was during the school holiday. It was a part-time job. My first salary, I went to buy the brown camera at Russell's Chemist at Nelspruit. So from there, I developed that interest of taking pictures. What was important in my life was that I'm in Johannesburg. The name Johannesburg to me was very important. Doesn't matter what job I was doing there, but the mere fact that I was in Johannesburg, to me it was enough. I knew I was not allowed to take pictures of the police action, killing the Nationalist Party. They didn't want to expose their brutalities on African people. After that, I regretted, why I have to take this picture? The answer was that I was on duty. But that I was on duty did not really save my life or my job and all that. This picture of Hector Peterson is the one that destroyed my future in journalism. I was still a journalist, I was comfortable, having a house in Soweto, but because of this picture of Hector Peterson, I was reluctantly compelled to leave Johannesburg and come back here at the place where I was born and brought up. After my regret, I realized that, as a journalist is like a soldier. I was on the war fighting for our rights. Because this picture is a picture that really changed the mind of the MK in exile. I got this message when I met Chris Hani in 1991, the first conference of the ANC after the ANC was unbanned. Chris Hani is the one who told me that, look, your picture caused us a problem in exile. When the MK, the Mkhonto were seized, the soldiers, saw this picture, they came to me and say, because Chris Hani was the chief of the staff, they came to him saying, Chris, we've been training here for years, but you never gave us a chance to go and fight physically with those a nationalist party which is really oppressing us. Now is the time that allow us to go and fight now. Look at the children. They are fighting the regime with stones. We are heavily armed here, but we don't use those guns to fight and liberate ourselves. We want to go back to South Africa and fight. And they were holding the picture and say, look at this. Look at the children with their stones. They don't have guns. We have got guns here. What we are doing about it? Chris Hani was so excited to see me in person, and they grabbed me really, as you can see on that picture.
Extraordinary. Simply, simply, simply extraordinary. That was a teaser of the documentary, A Journey Through His Lens, that Mr. Thulani Nzima did reference a little earlier. I am in awe and in wonder that if a short teaser like this is goosebump worthy, how will sitting through the entire thing be? But congratulations to the team. That is fantastic, fantastic to see. And also another further congratulations to Mighty Voices. Yes, sis. Yes, sis. Mighty Voices indeed, the a cappella group. They'll be back a little later with more performances. Look, you are so talented. You guys didn't they look like they were having so much fun? I don't know. Look, I have 2 left feet. I have a voice that would scare even little children. But can I apply to be part of the Mighty Voices? Angaz, you guys can keep me in the back. Aye, there. Just in the back. But as long as I can join in and have all of the fun that you guys are having. Mighty Voices indeed. Congratulations from White City in Jabavu. And they came here to be with us this morning. Thank you very much for that. Moving on with our program, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to look at sharing of an experience. This is a presentation that will be done by Robin Comley, who is joining us via Zoom this morning. She is an independent picture editor, a curator, and a media consultant. She is the editor of Women by Women, which features 50 years of women's photography in South Africa. I also like to think of her as someone who has shaped and envisioned our Sundays every single week, because she's also the picture editor of A Century of Sundays, a retrospective of 100 years of journalism in the Sunday Times. She curates exhibitions and most recently the likes of Between State of Emergency for the Nelson Mandela Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Robin Comley.
Hello everyone, can you hear me? Hello?
Thank you, Robin. Over to you.
Hi there. Hello everyone, it's lovely to be with you today, even though it's not in person. I'd also just like to quickly thank Thulani and Naya and the Institute for inviting me to share what is quite an extraordinary and unique episode in South African copyright history. For those of you who don't know, I'm going to just share with you how it came to be that Sam Nzima was able to regain full copyright of what all of us, I'm sure, would agree is the most important picture in South African history. And if we've got time after that, I want to just perhaps talk about a few lessons that we can learn from the whole episode. So when I joined the Star newspaper in the early 90s, it was a very turbulent time. Photographers were risking their lives on a daily basis, and I don't have to remind any of you the toll and the price we paid during that time in the photographers that lost their lives. So it became apparent to me very, very soon that photographers were, as I say, risking their lives every day, but they were getting very little benefit from it financially. They were underpaid. Their photographs were being sold around the world, and the newspaper was taking credit for this, getting the benefit of it, and they were getting nothing. So I began a discussion with the editor at the time. His name was Peter Sullivan. And unlike many other editors, he was very open to the idea of perhaps sharing copyright. And we came to what I call quite a revolutionary agreement, where he agreed that in most cases, photographers could have certainly part of the financial benefits of their photographs that were sold outside the newspaper, which I think was a very important step at the time. A few months later, I was in our syndication department, and I heard one of the women who worked in there talking about selling Sam Nzima's picture. And she was selling it for a ridiculously low price. The same as, you know, she would be selling a photograph of a mayoral handshake or something of the like. And she was just doing what she'd been told to do. But it struck me that this was extraordinary. So I went through to Peter Sullivan again and I said, you know, Peter, Sam and Zina's picture is still being sold. And when last did Sam get any benefit from that? And he agreed that it was completely unacceptable and that we should certainly let him take a share of the copyright. And then a few days later, he called me into his office and he said to me, I've got a better idea. Why don't you try to get Sam's full copyright back for him? And I looked at him and I thought, oh, come on, don't be crazy. Who would ever allow that? This is, you know, newspapers just don't do those kind of things. But he said to me, well, why don't you try? And he said, and I'll support you every step of the way, which I thought, well, I've got nothing to lose. So I set about the quite long and tedious process of going through management, the newspapers owners in Ireland, and negotiating with them. And I'm sure behind the scenes, Peter Sullivan was putting in a lot of legwork and support, because eventually we did get copyright for Sam. They agreed to it in writing. I got a letter for him. And then I had the very, very pleasant task of phoning Sam one day and saying to him, Sam, guess what? This picture is now yours again. And he was, I think he was speechless, if I recall correctly, for a while. And then just absolutely, couldn't believe what he was hearing. And what struck me at the time was how humble he was and how little bitterness he was holding on for the fact that he had never really got full credit for that picture. Anyway, to cut a very long story short, I then agreed to act as his unpaid agent to try and get him, firstly, some back pay from people who had used his image for all these years, and then to negotiate with people going forward, whoever wanted to use his image. So he went, from getting nothing per picture to getting, I put a minimum of 20,000 Rand on the picture, on the usage of the picture. And although it in no way compensated him for a lifetime of not getting credit for it, it did, I hope, help him in some way towards the end. And there were some very positive responses to people who we tried to regain some cash from. There were some other very disappointing examples. We went to the Youth League and said to them, you've used this image for many, many years. Would you consider compensating Sam for some of the use that you've had of this image? And they responded very negatively, kind of almost brushed us out the door and just basically said no. And I know at the time Sam was pretty heartbroken about that, and I think it was a great shame. But going forward, at least we knew that anyone who used his image would have to pay the price and pay the right person for it. And I acted as his agent for about 4 years, and then when I left the Star, Heidi Lee Smith took over, and I think she did a superb job as well. So for me, it's been a great joy to think that I was able to play a small role in helping Sam regain what was rightfully his. And I think the lessons that I'd like to point out from this experience, the first is the lesson that Peter Sullivan taught every editor in the world, and that is to be a maverick, to step outside management straitjacket and to be morally correct, to value the most important people in the news operation. And I asked him recently, I asked him what had been behind his decision, and I want to read to you his response. He says this, he says, I was lucky in that, unlike most editors, I had been a manager before returning to editorial, so I knew the financial boundaries. I then balanced the individual's benefit against the company's. In Sam and Zina's case, I felt the paper had made sufficient money or goodwill from his pictures over time, and he should now enjoy the fruits of his labor and creativity and expertise, not us. His rights had matured to now trump those of their shareholders and investors. That's just such an important line. His rights had matured to now trump those of the shareholders and investors. There is, of course, a danger in setting a precedent. Not all pictures or camera work should be the property of the photographer entirely, as the paper has invested heavily in obtaining that work. But over time, I believe it would be fair to say photographers should inherit the copyright, but continue to allow the paper to use the picture. My thinking was probably not that explicit at the time. Those decisions were taken more with instinct than careful consideration, and I've tried to show where the instinct came from. Coupled to that was Robin's advice, myself on which I relied heavily. Now, to me, this is such an important message, and it's a plea to editors to be revolutionary, to not be bound by, bureaucratic red tape and ideas that have restrained and frankly robbed photographers of their right for so many years. And I think the second lesson that we can take is from Sam himself. His humbleness and his lack of bitterness was a lesson to us all in some sense. But on the other hand, we all know that it would have been in his interest to make his story heard many years before and to have fought for his rights. We've heard from him on the video, the documentary that we just saw now, his reasons for actually leaving Johannesburg and for lying low as such, and it's perfectly understandable. And I'm sure at the time he felt that he wouldn't have stood a chance to try and regain any kind of copyright. But I also feel very strongly that if he was standing in front of you all today, his advice to every photographer would be to say, don't accept injustice, no matter how powerful the owner is. Stand up and fight for your rights, own your story, own your photographs, because it's still appalling to me how the value of photographers is so overlooked in so many news organizations today. There's some platforms like New Frame that are doing a great job in showing photographers the respect that they're due. They'll even put a photographer's name first on a story before the writer, which is once again quite revolutionary. But too often and in too many news organizations, photographers are still not getting the credit that they're due. And when I think about it, in a fast-breaking news situation, visual journalism is the purest form of capturing the truth. It's not told in words hours later at a news desk. It's told in the moment. And as such, it is the most valuable and important form of journalism. And this needs to be recognized by news organizations, because still so often today, photographers are an afterthought, and they're sometimes seen as a disposable element in the news operation. And after all we've been through and the absolutely extraordinary visual history that our photographers have recorded in this country, photographers should be right up there at the top and respected as the most important people in the news operation. So those two lessons, I think, are two people whose example we should follow and emulate. And I just hope that the legacy that Thulani and his family are creating here really has an impact on so many aspects, and particularly on photographers going forward. And I think for me, a very powerful thought to leave you with is this. If I can just ask all of you to just imagine June 16 without Sam Nzima. And if you really stop and think about that, we can completely appreciate the importance and the power of his work and how we have to treasure and value him and what he did going forward. And thank you guys for everything that you're doing for not only Dr. Sam Nzima, but for photographers around the world. Thank you.
Robin, thank you very much for that. Thank you for being able to impart your insight and your wisdom, joining us virtually. We really appreciate your time. Moving on to the next portion of our program, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard a lot about Adams and Adams attorneys, but now it's time to actually hear from them directly. Darren Olivier is joining us next. Darren is an intellectual property law advisor and strategist with 25 years of experience. He's a partner at Adams & Adams and is recognized as one of the leading experts in this field. He has a particular interest in using strategies for intellectual property to protect and to manage cultural legacies and reputations. He works with a wide variety of clients, but most notably the likes of the Steve Biko Foundation and, as we heard earlier, the family of Dr. Sam Nzima. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Darren Olivier.
Thank you very much, Sia, and welcome. Thanks everyone for having us here. Adams & Adams, I say us, it's my colleague there, Maureen. If she could put her hands up, please, just so everyone knows who she is. Thank you to Lani, the Institute of Advanced Journalism, Department of Tourism, and it's a real honor to actually come and talk at a forum like this. I must say, Tolani said much about us not charging them, and I think just to put this in perspective, for us to be able to represent the likes of the legacy of Sam Nzima is an incredible privilege. It would be embarrassing, I think, to charge for that, and it helps us, as Dr. Langa said, is to remember, and that's what this is about. So it's a part of our work that's extremely satisfying. So if we remember 1976, of course, we had the uprisings, and the famous photograph is taken. 1977, you had the death of Steve Biko. 1977, you had the Criminal Procedure Act, detention without trial. 1978, you had the Copyright Act. And this little act, the Copyright Act, which is really just to protect authors and creatives, now comes to play almost 50 years later. So, and I just want to just talk about that for a second. How does this work? Robin spoke very nicely about how she managed to get the copyright to the photographer and the various rules that are in place that govern who owns the copyrights in the work and how long they last. And that enables, through that protection, to protect the legacy of Dr. Sam Nzima. So just to go back a step, those rights initially would vest in the person. The author of the photograph will own the rights because they are the person responsible for the composition of the photograph. And I don't know if you remember, there was that famous where a monkey stole a camera of a journalist and took a picture, and there was a big debate about who owns the copyright in that particular photograph, you know. So there's the author of the copyright, that would be the photographer, and then the owner would be the person who commissions, who gets that person to do it. So it would be, in that situation, the newspaper. But only for production in certain ways. So there are certain residual rights that are owned by photographers, and in particular what we call moral rights. The right to be attributed with the photograph. So whenever that photograph is used, even if you don't own it, you do have moral rights as the photographer, as the person who composed that photographer, to be reflected when that photograph is used. And that's very important, because even though you can get a form of royalty for that. So what do we do as an organization? Tulani also mentioned, I just want to stop briefly, he talked about golf. I've played golf with Tulani, and anyone who does, he knows he's incredibly composed. And although his technical mishap happened early on, he recovered, just like he recovers from the rough, I must tell you. So well done, Tulani. And actually, I felt, funny enough, that your speech worked extremely well after the initial speech. So I think things happen for a reason. But what we do is we will look at intellectual property, which composes copyrights, trademarks, patents, designs, and what we call know-how. But really what's appropriate here is our copyrights and trademarks. And we look at this framework and say, how can we, first of all, take what's happening, this legacy of this man, into an intellectual property realm. So what we do is we take the genie and put it back in the lamp. What do I mean by that? That photograph is used everywhere. The copyright is spread out. The brands are spread out. The is used everywhere. What we try and do is create something like a foundation, which I'm extremely pleased that they did in 2015, and you put the copyright in, put the genie back in the lamp. So we spend a lot of time putting stuff in the lamp so that it can be not only, yes, money is important because it funds the good, and then that enables the legacy to continue, but it's also about protection and nurturing and an element of control. So we've come across, for example, where unfortunate matric students, an art student takes the picture and manipulates it and does an artistic work for his project, not quite knowing of the gravity of the photograph, but really in doing so, altering fundamentally the meaning of that photograph, what it symbolizes. And this is why it's so important, not only to put the genie back in the bottle so you can nurture and control it, so that it continues to symbolize the legacy which it's intended to do. It continually allows us to use it again, to remember, to remember. So there's a function there about, yes, getting royalties to fund the program, but there's also a large function about controlling this legacy. Now, Tulani, I've got good news for you. We have an extension of 45 years on the 5 years on the copyright. So that's not from us, but the Act does allow for 50 years from the passing of the author, you will allow to have protection of the copyright work. So that's fantastic news. But 50 years is going to come very quickly, I must tell you, right? 50 years from now, arguably this is going to be more important than ever, because it's important to remember to remember. So that is why I'm so encouraged, and this is something that the foundation has done just automatically. They've incorporated that photograph within the brand of the SNF. So if you look here, it's there. Why is that important? Because it enables us to protect it as a trademark. And a trademark you can renew indefinitely. So every 10 years you can renew it indefinitely, as long as you keep on renewing it, and you pay a small fee for that. The government, unfortunately, will charge you for that, but it's not much. So what's happening here is through what I do on a day-to-day basis, enables a legacy to live on through the rules of just application. So that's what Maureen and I are involved in on a daily basis, working with the foundation. I'm very keen to go out there and have a look. And I must say, there's a huge debate about land in this country, physical property. But we forget about intellectual property. And intellectual property, in my opinion, is very, very important for the continuation to remember to remember. So thank you very much, Sia. Thank you very much. That's enough from me.
Thank you very much, Darren. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue with the rest of our program in a bit, but we have now the next 20 minutes for us to just have a stretch, a refresh of your tea or coffee, and also just walking around, taking in this great venue. So we're going to have a 20-minute lunch break, and then we'll meet back here in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, are you ready? Well,
Give me love to keep me on my day. Oh, I beg no more. Love
sweeter like a candy.
on my day. Beg no more. I'm coming from the east, head to the west, but still there's no peace. So it's love, luputando. Oh, I'm in love. Yes, I'm in love. Doop doop doop, ba doop doop doop, ba da ba doop doop doop, doop doop doop, ba da ba doop doop doop, doop doop. Somebody has to give me love, to give me all my day. Beg no more. I'm coming from the east, head to the west, but still there's no biggies in this world. Luputando, I'm in love. Yes, I'm in love. Doop doop doop, ba doop doop, ba da ba doop doop doop, doop doop, ba da ba doop doop doop. Somebody has to give me love, to give me all my day. Beg no
more. Please, Mama, please don't come with things. Abanturi must be going crazy. Abasashoni Shwana Bazali. Oh, please tell me what I have to say. Humans can be one nation because
everybody roll, everybody roll, yeah, everybody roll, hey, Tetignani, 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 Gominando Iga, I ain't going back no more.
Cause you gave everything to me I wouldn't give to you. Yeah. Oh, friend, why are you so shy? And like you to hold me back. Oh, hide from the life. And then I had to turn out of the blue, uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it out. Hope you see my face, and that you be reminded that for me, it is it all.
Avutumilo na malanga, nangonomilo. Avutumilo na malanga, nangonomilo. Avutumilo, lila 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 lila, lila 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 lila, lila 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 lila, yeah yeah yeah.
Konakele, tukutela yakinga phezulu. Konakele, ayumhlaba undikule. Impilo lena ikolula. Wena, ukethiwe, baba bathi, lala. Izazila, funa wena. Hold on, started messing with my future. Tell me no more lies. Wait, hold on. What did you pull up to what to did you win up this game?
Samina mina, waka waka, Samina mina, bali bali. It's time for Africa. Samina mina, waka waka, Samina mina, bali bali. It's time for Africa. Tiwopo, 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 Tibuga no masinga fundi. It's mandi saga lele mama. Piti piti seta siyenyuga. Sifuni saga 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 mama. Malie pepa saga 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 mama. Sifuni saga 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 mama. Malie pepa saga 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 mama. Sifuni saga 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 mama. Malie pepa. My mama don't like you and she likes everyone, hey. And I never lied to you, I mean that I was wrong. Now being so caught up in my job, you didn't see what's going on, but now I know I'm better sleeping on my knees. If you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. Ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba. Ay, we just go.
There's a fire well starting in my heart, reaching a fever bridge that's bring me out that I have. Father, only I can see you, please don't you go out and sell me hard and I'll lay your chin bare. See, I hurry with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I could do. There's a fire well starting in my heart, reaching the fever bridge that's bring me out that I. The skies are in mind. You hope they keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The skies of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't feel it. We could have had it all, rolling in the deep. You had my heart inside of your head, and you played it to the beat. Tulasi, will let the guy right now singing Shulasi. I will let the guy running guy to the song. Ow, ha. If I tip them in notice, I know this. Zekete, to my team.
Choosing Masikatela, we have a roll and now about Nini. Choosing Masikatela, we have a roll and now about Nini. And it's a nasty stogo, and it's the John Pulicati. And it's a nasty stogo, and it's the John Pulicati. I'm Pulicati, Johnny Pulicata, I'm Pulicati, Johnny Pulicata, I'm Pulicati, Johnny Pulicata. I am a yabo, and you wait a man. I am you, hey, Babulu, hey, I'll tell me, go, see number 10, but you don't jump, Patagamna, and it's a don't jump, Patagamna, and it's a don't jump, Trapagamna, and it's a Dutch, love.
Mighty voices, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause to them. You know, I think, ladies and gentlemen, Mighty Voices was not taking me seriously earlier. You know, my proposition was very clear, gentlemen. You guys are having fun. I want to have fun too. I want to join. I saw during the break, by the way, thank you and welcome back to all of you. I saw during the break, none of them wanted to make eye contact with me. I thought, how? Gents. And then, what happened to my proposition? Yeah, since you didn't want that, here's my application. Zoo. I'm joking. I was just waiting to see, would you cheer me on? Should I carry on singing? It's not going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, and those of you watching, thank you very much for staying with us this morning and afternoon. We are aware of time, and we apologize for running over, but we are so appreciative of you being patient with us. We will start to wrap things up. So this is the final stretch of our program, and we're now heading into our panel discussion phase of the program with an intergenerational panel of acclaimed, experienced, incredibly talented individuals. 5 of them will be joining me on stage. But before that, I have to at least add the caveat and the disclaimer, because they each, in their own different ways, were telling me today, but Sia, we are behind the camera. Sia, what are you going to ask us? Sia, what's going to happen? We have you here because you are talented, you know your stuff, so that is exactly why we want to have you here and just pick your brain for a moment or two. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome individually, starting off with Bub Thomas Khoza. He began his photography career. Yes, a round of applause to you. So please come and join us in front. He began his photography career back in 1973 at the World newspaper. In 1981, he launched his career as an independent photographer. In 1994, Mr. Khoza opened a lab right here in Joburg CBD where he supplied photos to various publications, and he also trained emerging photographers. An incredible gentleman. Thank you very much for being with us today. We also have Ruth Mutau, who started her career at the Mail and Guardian as an intern back in 1993. She then went on to establishing a career in photography in 1995, and she's worked for a wide host of several newspapers and even had was involved in exchange programs abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, Ruth Mutau. And please help me welcome Muketsi Motechi. There we go. He began Mutichi. There we go. He began his career in 2004, working as a freelance photographer and writer for Hype magazine. He moved to Cape Town in 2009, where he joined the Sunday Times. He then also joined EWN and Prime Media Broadcasting in 2017, and currently he is the founder, and by the way, I just have to say, off the record, he's my official king of cool. He is the founder of his very own company, and I'm glad I rectified this with him, because I saw how it was spelled. Yo. It's manje ngiyenzani today. IKHONIC. I'm like, what? No, iconic. Says the king of cool, iconic. He is the founder of Iconic African online magazine. A round of applause for you, Muketsi. Rounding things up is Gulshan Khan. She is a South African photojournalist and documentary photographer. Yay. Her work is focused on stories related to social justice, identity, human rights, transition, belonging, and the dignity of people. Round of applause for you. And then last but definitely not least, we have Neo Ntsoma. She's an award-winning photographer, educator, and consultant whose photos have appeared in the likes of many renowned international newspapers, magazines, and books, as well as exhibitions worldwide. Please, a round of applause for Neo. I'll come over and join you guys here. How's the mood? How's the energy? Let me get a sense. Okay, they're still smiling. It's very good. It's very good. Now, I'd like to start off with you to just find out from your perspective. You were one of the voices who lent your power and energy today to formulating this panel, understanding what the Sam Nzima Foundation is striving for. What made you select these individuals today?
Let me first thank everybody for coming here to support this initiative. It's an honor really to have so many people coming here during COVID and saying we also want to be part of this. The hard work that has gone into this, it's just enormous. We haven't been sleeping. I haven't slept for days, but I'm here because it's important, not only for me, but for the generations that came after me and those that are still to come. When I was invited to be here to join the team that had already been working on this project, something came into my mind and said, you always tell, when I usually have conversations with myself, and I'm like, whatever there is that you are seeking now, it's also seeking you. Somebody somewhere is looking for you. It's just that the time hasn't come, but when the time is right, they will show up. And IAJ and the Sam Nzima Foundation, they showed up at the right time, because I was also going through my own, trying to understand the copyright in South Africa, as I'm also a victim of that. I'm sure you have seen slides of Nkosazana Zuma's picture that circulated for 9 months, running the campaign, and without my consent, which was not the agreement. But I think we can talk about it later. But having an intergenerational discussion like this is something that is very rare in the South African community. It doesn't happen often that we sit like this and we come and share our stories. I have known Brad Tom for many years. In fact, Brad Tom is one of the first photographers the first black photographers that I met when I was still a student, back in the early 90s. Somebody that owned a studio and had a full range of equipment that I could only dream of as a student at the time. And there are so many lessons that I learned just from spending time with him. The hustler that I am today, because people call me a hustler. Tom doesn't know that I got it from him, from spending time with him. We'll drive around and he will say, go and collect a check here, go and submit an invoice. That was before emails. So he will send me to go and do these things. That's how I used to spend my days with Tom. He gave me an opportunity to shoot a whole campaign in his studio without charging me a cent. I slept in his studio and I would watch him work. And I was like, also when I am as established as Tom, I'll also want to bring in the younger ones because it's important to form communities within the photography, to form networks and those relationships. It's a very, very cold and very lonely space to be in, especially at the time when I started as a black female photographer. Ruth Mutau was the first black female photographer that I met on assignment. When I was still questioning myself, am I the only one? Because I'd already been to 2 institutions, and at the 2 institutes, I was always the only black female photographer. When I met Ruth working already, I was like, at least there's hope for me. Because as a student, I had it rough. I was not welcomed. So when I saw another sister doing the same thing that I aspired to do, I felt like I also belong, you know? And then later on, I met people like Moeketi. This is how I've selected. This is very personal. As much as the project itself, it is personal, but even the team that is surrounding me here, the panelists here, it's also telling the story of not only myself, but they are all representing generations of people that have influenced my work, that have influenced my way of conducting my relationships within spaces, not only with photographers, but with the community trying to educate. I'm an educator. I don't only educate students, I also educate the community, because photography is a very professional photography in our community as black people, especially within the black society. It's a relatively new concept. We don't regard photographers as like, you know, photography it's never been regarded as a profession. This is just a hobby for most people. They'll say, go and find a decent job to do, a right job, a proper job. This is our job, this is how we earn our living. So by having this intergenerational dialogue among ourselves, we've all gone through various experiences. So this is an opportunity for you to ask us questions, but for ourselves also to share our experiences as we've gone through our various journeys.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Nell. Bob Thomas, I want to find out, as you know, we will get into a conversation around the advancement of the photojournalism space. But going back to 1976, you were actually there. You were there on the ground on the 16th of June, 1976. Can you explain your experience of the day and what you felt around it?
Thank you. And good day to you all. One, I became a photographer by...
So please just hold the microphone up for those streaming.
Yeah, I became a photographer by some funny era, and I was very naughty. I started as a driver at the World. And on weekends, obviously, we had a team that would be holding the fort for the Monday edition. So on Sundays, obviously, like it's on the weekend, as I say, there would be weddings, we go to weddings, hungry, of course. We take pictures, take them back to work, and I got naughty. When photographers were away, I would take their cameras and click, put it back there again. And when they look at it in the lab, when they develop,
there would be extra out of focus pictures. And they would come to me and say, what's happening here? We suddenly have this. Did you do it? I didn't. I repeated it several times until Moffat Zungu found out that it is me who's forever doing this. And he said, do you like this thing? I said, yeah. And I bought a camera. I started taking pictures. And I was put on trial by Percy Coboza, who said, I'm giving you 30 days to prove that you can do this. And I did. Then came June 16, and he sent me to go and take something from his home and bring it back to him. And when I got to the Hector Peterson area memorial, the area where his memorial is, the children from a school just opposite were in the streets with policemen. And I just didn't understand what was happening. It was before the 16th, that is. And on the day, Percy again sent me to go and get something from his home. Then there was this hell of a lot of kids from Soweto, coming from all directions, converging onto an area which we now know as Hector Peterson Memorial. And Sam Zima's car was around some corner there, and I stopped to check what was happening. He wasn't there. And I moved towards where the students were. And here came Sam reversing. And I looked at what was happening. Mbuyiswa was carrying the little fellow, Hector. And he took out his film and gave it to me. And I rushed it back to work, where it was developed, and a stop press was ordered, special edition issued, and there was Hector Peterson's picture. And I didn't see its seriousness until it was on the paper. That's the much I can tell you about that day. What else do you want, sir?
He says, what else do you want, sir? I want to know so much more, but look, we can get into that at another time. But my goodness, extraordinary, extraordinary. The impact, the sacrifice. You say you didn't realize the importance of it, but I speak on so many people's behalf when I say extraordinary.
Most of us didn't see the importance of that picture until it was on the press. And the funny thing is, the story of that picture doesn't end on June 16th. After it was developed, a week or so after, the CEO of the world came and asked for the negative. And I knew where it was because I sleeved it. Sleeving means I cut it and put it in envelope and then write exactly what is on it and put it there. And he said, we are taking this picture for safekeeping at the Star. And the picture disappeared somewhere there. Nobody knows what happened to it. And a few years later, Sam came and said, Tom, I have a problem. I've got the last copy of this picture, and they can't find a negative. and the picture was damaged, meaning there was dew between the glass and the picture. So when it fell, it stuck onto the image. And if you unstuck it, obviously it will peel off part of the picture. And he said, I don't know what to do. This is what I have. And I said to him, leave this picture here. I will try and see what I can do to resuscitate it. And because I could draw, I bought a kit which they called a touch-up kit. It has got many small paints and a brush. So gently I did what I could do best. And the picture was okay. And from it, they could print a picture as large as the one you see at the Peterson.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So, Ruth, I want to come to you now. Bob Thomas has spoken and set the scene around what the industry was like back in the 70s and the likes. When you started in the industry and talking about and perhaps comparing it to where we are now, are you somewhat surprised by the development of the industry? Do you think it has been slow? Do you think it has been fast? Where do you think we're at when you compare the state of the photojournalism industry when you started as opposed to now?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think at this stage...
Please bring the microphone up. Thank you.
I think at this stage, it's mass production of photographers. And I think also a mass production of not knowing where to fall as a photographer also. But I think when I started, it was mainly your, photojournalism, your hard news, and maybe your features and stuff like that. But now everybody is a photographer. I mean, everyone with a cell phone, they take pictures, and in a few seconds you see it on the media, on whatever. But I think that there is no too much depth of what is photography at the moment. And I think people or students or whoever take pictures think they know how to do that. As my colleagues here, we tell stories. We are creatives. We storytellers. We tell it in images, as like Robin said. We're not happy snappers, as sometimes they call us, or paparazzi or whatever. We are documentarists. We document life. We create images. We create photographs. We create history. So, yeah, I mean, there's a wide gap of it. And I think the now generation needs to know what, okay, I'm going to be technical, what analog is, not what you take and then click and that's it. But they need to know what depth of field is, what shutter speed is, what speed is, what, like Tom was saying, he retouched. I've done that too. Be in the darkroom, process your film, develop your images yourself. If it's not, you've got some little bit of dust, you retouch it. I think photographers need to learn all those things, and then they can say, I can take pictures.
Right. Gulshan, we often hear photographers being called creatives, and it's a passion, it's something that's very personal to the individual. But we also, in the midst of being a creative, one does have to factor in the business of photography. And that comes with legalities, that comes with so many other things that one needs to factor in and consider. What are some of the key lessons that you have learned about the business of photography in your career thus far?
Sia, you're asking the wrong person these questions. This is who I ask about this. Because she's learned hard lessons, right? She's had to also learn it the hard way, right? I mean, before I answer your question or try to, I just want to say thank you for having me here also. It's incredible to be in a historic space like this and to be amongst teachers and elders, and I'm very grateful for that. I mean, it's obviously a lot harder now to keep track of your images in a digital age. And I was very grateful for the talk that Darren gave earlier, because that makes me think that there are people making initiatives in our country to start to implement structural changes that will help us protect our images. So I'm grateful for that, because I'm also learning how to do that. My images have been used all over the place without credit often. And I mean, it's taken for granted. It's like Mum Ruth was saying that, you know, everyone's a happy clicker, or everyone has a camera these days, and I'm all for the democratization of the image. I'm all for everyone being able to produce imagery and, you know, for us to have a diverse range of as many voices as we can, especially when the history of the African continent has been seen, or the iconography of the imagery on this continent has been one of a colonial gaze and a white gaze. It's important that we, you know, reflect ourselves now in the ways that we want to be seen with dignity, and sort of fill those gaps in the archive and remedy those things. So I'm all for that. At the same time, it's like we're saying that people take us for granted. It's, you know, look at the impact of this image, and all of us have, I think, within ourselves the hope that our work will make sort of impact to change humanity somehow, or to at least make someone think differently. And with Ntate Sam's image, this changed the world. It changed so much of our history. We would not be sitting here for sure if it wasn't for the impact of this image as well. So images teach us how to think also. So it's important that we have diverse voices. At the same time, the photographers who are doing this for a living need to be valued, and while we are still alive. So often, I mean, to tell you an anecdote, my parents, when they first started learning what I was doing, I would send an article home with a link or something, and my mom would be, "Oh, you wrote so beautiful." And I'm like, "No, that wasn't me. The picture you see," she's like, she loves the image. But there's so much more value for text, as it should be, for writing than there is for photos. When if you think about it, a lot of people can read images. And it bridges gaps between us in ways that, you know, reading and writing can't always bridge, unfortunately. This is an unfortunate thing. So there has to be that value given to photographers in terms of protecting our images, protecting our rights, protecting our abilities to take care of our families, and protecting the legacies and the archives that come of that, because for sure years from now it's going to impact our realities still. So I'm still learning the lessons of how to do that and the administrative parts of that. And I'm hoping that as we move along into the future, especially with technology evolving so rapidly, that we'll be able to find ways to protect ourselves in better ways. And yeah,
right.
Thank you.
Moeketsi, you know, as someone who started off as a photographer, but now, you know, you are a multimedia producer and content creator, how are you navigating these times? You know, we speak about the advent of the digital era and how things can change in a moment. I think the past year has been a great testament to the fact that the only thing that's consistent right now is inconsistency. So for you, how are you navigating these times in your profession?
Oh, thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. I started photography professionally in 2004, and I started working at the Star newspaper. And at that time, it was just photography, and we were doing analog, we were doing film. In 2007, I started working at the Times newspaper, and that's when the introduction of multimedia came about. None of us at that time knew what multimedia was. It was something that was being introduced. It was coming at a fast pace that it was, in a way, taking over just the role of just being a photographer. It required you to now go out on a story, write, take pictures, take a video, and also there's the social media part of it. So a photographer changed from just taking a picture, which was something that I was introduced to when I got into the industry. Go on a job, take a picture, then come back and file it. But then at that time, it became different where it wasn't just the picture, you had to do all of these things. So I learned a lot, and I think it was a perfect time for me to get into the industry because it became something other than just taking one stills and that was it. So I was very fortunate at that time to be in the beginning of multimedia. It hasn't been very easy working as a multimedia producer because I think the media houses require so much from a person. Sometimes it's merely impossible to go out in a story to get a proper picture that's right for the newspaper, and at the same time you have to do a video, you have to write, and you have to get all these things out. But I must say that working in the media space has allowed me to learn so much about storytelling and doing it in multiple ways. And today, because I have done it for over a decade, it's easy for me now to even change from working for the media and getting into production. Recently, yes, I do work for production, and some of the companies that I work for, they find it very surprising that I don't do shoots with a team, you know? Not because I'm selfish, but because the newspaper space, the photojournalism space has taught me so much, you know, has allowed me to be able to do things that ordinarily a team would do. I go to a place and interview somebody like, where's your team? I'm alone. Why? Because in the newspaper, when you are given a brief, you go on your own, and you're supposed to do all of those things by yourself. So getting into a different field, commercial space or fashion space or advertising, it becomes much, much, much easier to execute work because you are now trained to go out and do it immediately. I mean, I worked with a group that do fashion, and I was surprised by how they plan a shoot, a very simple shoot. They will plan everything, the location, the makeup artist, the stylist, all of that. You have to have a crew, and it's a big production. It's a whole lot of work. But I can do the very same work alone because I have learned through the newspapers. So I always say, like, to my students, I also teach, and I always say to them, the best place to learn photography as a whole is photojournalism, because that is the only place where you are told to do something. I mean, you look at pictures like Simon Zimmer, you have to go there and take a picture regardless of what the situation is. In his situation, there were bullets, you know. And in our situations, we don't have the privilege to plan the shoot. We don't have the privilege to plan for the right light and for all those things. You have to go in the situation that's given to you, and you have to be artistic, you have to be creative. And sometimes there are bullets flying, but yes, you have to be an artist. So I'm grateful to be in this generation where there's so much like multimedia, because it has taught me so much. And yeah, going forward, I also teach the coming photographers to not just rely on photography. Like Ruth said, photography in a way has sort of like slowly dying as a way to work or to find a job. So having many skills like multimedia allows you not to just work as a photographer, but to work along other skills that you can acquire from multimedia.
Right. Yeah. Now I want to go back to you. We touched on something when we spoke about the business of photography and some of the hurdles that you have to jump over. Let's talk about some of the challenges that you've had, and specifically when it comes to exploitation. Can you tell us about that and some of the things you've had to overcome in your career?
Very relevant question for this event, actually. This is something that a lot of photographers have experienced. Like Gulshan has just mentioned, we no longer have control of the usage of our work because of the digital era, you know? You post a picture, a blogger sees something in it, and they just feel that they have the right to download the picture and then publish it anyhow. They can even change its content, and because they're very creative. I have had my pictures being used in by bloggers, by iTunes, because I have photographed a lot of musicians. during the Kwaito era, even just after, my pictures were all over and without credit. And trying to reach out to those people, it's always a mission. If somebody has the decency to apologize, it will be like, but you posted it. It's free for everybody to use. So this is another challenge that photographers we are faced with, because Facebook gives everybody the right. They basically own the rights to the work. They have cheapened the industry so much that we use it, we suppose as professionals, we use those platforms to advertise our work. This is how we reach out to people like you who could have never heard of Gulshan, Neo, Ruth. When now you go out, that is why we have our Instagram handles here. You're gonna go there, go online, find our pictures, and perhaps even download that picture and feel like, I need to use this picture for something that I'm working on. I will never get to know about it. You'll probably even generate an income, which I will never be a part of. So those are the challenges. They are ongoing. They come in different forms and shapes. I have had multiples. Each and every one of us here, I can attest to this. We have all had that problem. But the biggest challenge ever was to be commissioned to do a shoot with conditions that were stipulated for the code to have been accepted. It was because it was based on conditions, acknowledging the copyright law of South Africa that gives the commissioner the right to the work. But also, the very same copyright law, it also states that unless stated otherwise. When you have charged a client 2 cents for a job that easily could have cost them 100 times more, because there was an agreement, a verbal agreement and a written agreement that was on the code. For person, I believe, as a business person now, because I regard myself as a business person who earns a living from photography. It's not just my passion, it's not just my spiritual practice, it's also a business, it's my livelihood. There are conditions to how I do business, how we transact. There's got to be an agreement. For me to come with my equipment to do as you have requested me to do, there's got to be an agreement. If you are to accept my code and pay me for what I've quoted you for, there must have been a discussion in between. But now, then that very same picture exchanged hands. That was when the problem came. My picture, I started seeing it being now used for a purpose that was out of the agreement that we had signed up for. I lost control of it. I lost control of it to a point that there was pressure coming from the Nkosazana Zuma, who happened to be just a character, a subject, not a client, using it without my consent. But because as a woman, as a politician, as somebody who was actually using the women empowerment as one of her selling campaign points or whatever, for lack of better word, her campaign manager felt there was a need to address this. And we met up, they were willing to compensate me for the usage of the work. But because of one single person who also had a point to prove, said like, you cannot, this we own this is our material. And I'm sure you've seen how much I charged them. It was in the newspaper, there were boards, I was driving on Sunday, and there was like photographers, like, that's me. And I felt good about it. It was more of a statement, just to show them that we actually value ourselves. To also just to instill, just for people to respect photographers, because photographers are not respected that, yes, we are worth millions, our work is worth millions. Maybe there's another debate. Maybe somebody's asking me how I came to charge that amount. We can discuss it later if there's still room for that.
Right. Bob Thomas, I would like to find out, you started a lab way back when, and you were already giving back and teaching other photographers. How have you continued doing that? And what is important to you to teach young up-and-coming photographers today? When you speak to photographers, what do you want them to know about the industry when you teach? May we have a microphone for Bob Thomas? Thank you.
One, photography is very expensive. And you either do it for money or for the love of it. And normally when a young guy says to me, I want to become this, I normally say, you are possibly not going to end up with a wife.
That escalated quickly.
Because she will be saying, lo msebenzi owenzayo uyakhanyisa uyacima uyakhanyisa uyacima ngiyibona into owenzayo. And equipment is very expensive. Very expensive. And to be able to do what you want to do, you must have a bit of cash. I'm onto a project that is looking at culture. How the Sothos, Tsongas, Pedis, what behave, or how they live their lives. There's a picture I must go and take in Lesotho, for instance. When a child is born at some stage, this child must be exposed to rain, naked. You follow what I'm saying? So obviously I'll be going to Lesotho to go and shoot that picture and come back. Just one picture. Somewhere, Mwedi, Fimwana, and the like. I have to do that. And in doing what I'm doing, for instance, cultures are different. The Pedis will be doing what they are doing. Maybe in Easter Monday, the Zulus would be doing it, doing something different on another day. So I can easily spend 4,000 to go and get an assignment done, in self-assignment done in Natal. And I'm not going to sell it at the same time. So the intention is to come up with maybe a book that has all South African cultures in one thing. So I normally say to these guys, photography iya dura. Try to play golf, maybe it will be cheaper. Any golf na iya dura.
Yes.
Iya dura golf.
Yeah.
But angeke to engineer for land.
Yikes.
I mean, I have a camera, still camera, worth 150,000. Without a lens. And there's a danger with it, as they say, I have a camera called Sina. They call it the ultimate camera. Sina is an abbreviation. S is for studio, I, industrial, N, nature, A, architecture, R, reproduction. So I was taking this camera, put it on a tripod, and as we know, I mean, it's an Alcrastin. It's easy for a person to ask you, what is this? What are you doing? And one day I was doing architectural work with it. And these few guys, 3, wanted to rough me up, and I was aware of what they were trying to do. And I'm a bit brave. So this one guy comes, he says, "Grootie, where's Angiso?" And I said, "You see that building? Look at it through this camera. And the squares, I mean, it has got to be put straight to get and give you the ultimate image." And he looked at it, he says, "No, ke bona bo plus ba bangata ka mo hare." And I told him what the pluses were for. And he says, "Ba o bitsang wena? O kelezitse?" I said, "Blind." "O entseng ko sekolong? Ba o bitsang?" I said, "Scientist." Walked away.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Thank you.
That answers what I say.
Yes.
It's expensive. Seriously so.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware of time, so I want to keep it quite short with the last questions for all three of you individually. Ruth, I want to just say, from your perspective, if you could have a magic wand somehow and change things about the photojournalism industry today, right now, what would 2 or 3 of those things be?
I think one word will be, it's a learning curve, keep on learning, but most importantly, learn about copyright. Because whatever you take today, you'll remember, and that's your legacy. Legacy for your children's children or whatever. So it's a process of learning every day and your copyright. Learn about your copyright, because we hear stories like this every time. Copyright, copyright, copyright. Learn about it.
Thank you. Gulshan, we are here today because of the power of a photograph. So for you, what is the importance of representation and also the responsibility you feel in the work that you do?
Sia, this is a discussion on its own. Like we need to have more of these conversations, actually. I spoke once at the World Press Photo in Amsterdam, and if you know what the World Press Photo stands for, it's this legacy institution which judges photography every year, awards photography and applauds it. And one of the things we talked about is the representation of the individual. And you'll know in photojournalism work, a lot of the time we are photographing sensitive people who are in sensitive situations, people who are vulnerable. And so for me, this is a major issue because, again, historically on the continent, we have not always had the power as communities to be portrayed in ways that were dignified. And a lot of the times now, even currently in conversations, many photographers would say, especially those who have come, because we're learning this thing now of photographing with ethics and integrity. Sorry, we're not learning it now. It has always been there, but now we're having more conversations with it in response to the West and response to photography that has always come from the West, been on the continent, but photographers would come in, photograph people on the continent, that sort of thing. And the conversation always goes about, we got permission. And often you'd get, and I think you guys would correct me if I'm wrong, white photographers going into communities and vulnerable communities, and people think they can help them, so they will give their permission. But it needs to be informed consent. And then beyond informed consent, I think all of us in the industry of image making, as image makers, as curators, as editors, as gallerists, we all have a responsibility to show people with dignity, and to present people with respect, not in ways that are going to compromise people, especially vulnerable people. So for me, that is one of the most important things of my practice. And I think it should be for all of our practice. And it's tough because a lot of these awards and institutions are still awarding photographs that are, sometimes unnecessarily violent, for example, or what is the word? you know, like they want to see the same sort of imagery of the continent that we've always seen historically, not the everyday life, not people of color and black people in everyday positions, because we're not all in the dark continent dying all that, you know, it's not just that sort of photography, or like we have lives here and we are more than just that. So for me, that's one of the most important things, I think, in terms of the practice for all of us and for us to continuously have these conversations.
Thank you. And then Moika, the last question for you is, it's quite a shot in the dark here, but where do you see the photojournalism industry headed in the next few years?
Sure, that's a difficult one. That's a difficult one because most media houses in the past 5 years have been shutting down. Most photographers that go to study, they have to find different ways to make their stories heard. So fortunately for social media, I think it can be used in different ways. But also online, not just social media. I think online is the way to go because people are always online. People are always on their phones. People are on their laptops. So I think also with the revolution of multimedia, this way of telling stories with video, but also using images plus audio, I think we have a bigger platform to tell our stories. I mean, I'm in a position today of launching my own magazine, but I've always had a dream of launching my own magazine, but it wasn't this easier to do so before, because when you think about publishing, you have to think about printing and all these things. So publishing wasn't that simple, or, you know, as a photojournalist, you have to find a job at the Star, at the Sunday Times, and that was that. But we have moved from that. We have a lot of people that come from institutions that are not even looking for jobs at these houses that we worked for, because they can start a blog, because they can start an online platform. You've got YouTube that gives people platforms and they can pay them for that. So I think today one has to think strategically about photojournalism and how to go about it using digital formats, digital mediums. So yeah, I'm fortunate to be in this position today where I can create my own platform and at the same time work with other content producers to provide their work within the platform. So I think that's the future of journalism, is people will become more independent than before when we all had to find work.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much. I did say that was the final question, but please, ladies and gentlemen, please indulge me just one more time for this. You know, as someone in the media, I love talking to people. I'm very interested in people. So I always have, you know, just a I wish I was there moment, or I wish I could speak to this person moment. And I have two dream interviews. The first is a little tricky because it's Jesus. Love to talk to Jesus. There are a lot of questions I'd ask him. But the second is Quincy Jones. I'd love to talk to him and get to find out, you know, Quincy Jones, the great music producer. So quick one from all of you, just one brief moment. Who would you like to photograph, or what would you like to what would you have liked to photograph? Perhaps is there a moment you look at it and you go, man, I wish I was there. Bob Thomas, what would it be for you? A man, I wish I was there moment. With your lens ready.
To spend a month in Rwanda.
Spending a month in Rwanda. Okay, Neville, for you, for gorillas. Interesting. Neville, for you, a wish I was there moment, or who would you like to photograph?
I think I've achieved that already.
Hala, that drops Mike. And who was that? And what was that?
Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
After I had been expelled from tertiary, that was my first self-assigned assignment.
Fantastic.
And I happened to be the only fan in the room.
And you were there with your camera.
The invitation I got through because they could see the passion.
Great.
And I got the picture with 7 frames because I could only afford 24 frames film. I was still very relatively new in the industry at the time. No money, nothing. I think I've achieved that. Michael Jackson, when he died, I've got a very decent picture of Michael Jackson that I took.
Awesome. Gulshan, what is it for you? A wish I was there moment, or a person you'd like to photograph?
This question used to give me anxiety. So now because I have too many people that I want to, you know, I have this thing also of the media of like wanting to engage with icons. And I mean, recently after Santu Mofokeng passed away, I really felt lost. You know, I felt like I wish I had made the time to go sit with him. But I've kind of made peace with, I am where I'm supposed to be. Whoever I photograph, I'm meant to photograph. wherever I'm supposed to be, I'm meant to tell that story. So, and I'm at peace with that.
That's great and philosophical. For you, Sister Ruth?
I think I've done what I wanted to do. But I think I would have loved to spend time with Miles Davis. Just follow him.
Miles Davis. Moiketsi, last one for you.
Okay, I would love to travel the continent and photograph and tell more African stories. My magazine is Iconic Africa. That's basically what it is. It's a publication focusing on telling iconic African stories. And today we don't have experiences like apartheid to create sort of images like Sam Zimmer created that could last for a very long time. So the challenge is, what do we photograph? So I want to travel around the continent and create images that are not inspired by war or anything, but images that are inspired by the richness of the continent. That's what I would love to do.
Awesome stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. I am very well aware of time, so I want to keep the last portion of our program very brief as we wrap things up. But please welcome Dr. Somadoda Figeni to give a closure and a way forward on behalf of the Sam Zim Foundation. All right, he's just being interviewed in the process. Then in the meantime, could I ask for, yes. Well, I've now been informed we're going to pull an Oprah moment. I'm not going to say look under your chairs, but I have been told that there are gifts. And also, I do not think everyone will be getting one. So, Askis, it's an Oprah moment on a budget. Oprah moment on a budget. Ms. Nzima, over to you. Would you please walk into the camera?
No, I wanted to have it sanitized.
For someone with a big stomach.
You want me to stand here? Thank you very much, and thanks for improvising in terms of the program where we are now. I forgot to introduce one member of the family because I wasn't aware of where they are seated, and maybe two actually. The first one is Manga. Is he still in the room? Yeah, Manga is my younger brother's son. Sorry, Manga, I didn't recognize you. Obviously, I hadn't compiled a list of all the family members. And then also Dr. Mboweni, link over there. These are the Mbowenis are very important in our lives because they gave birth to us. So, Dr. Mboweni, thank you very much for joining us. Zibugo, it's given. And this is our event, so Umanze Zulu, Sisonke. I will ask Mom to join me on stage. What we have done in recognition of the commitment and sacrifice that you have given us, and I'm talking specifically to individuals who have contributed in the program. Sia, you have contributed a lot, but we'll take care of you at some other stage. Please forgive me for that. We have commissioned a unique piece of work around the Hector Peterson image. We've got portraits that are over there. These portraits are pencil drawn based on looking at the photograph of Hector Peterson. So that's what we are going to be handing over to a few individuals. We've got 7 such portraits that we are going to be giving away. There is significant value in them in the sense that not only are they pencil portraits, but they are also limited editions. So you are not going to get anything like this again. It's just a limited edition. If you want your commission to work, in other words, if you want me to do more of these things, talk to me. We can arrange it at a fee. No, we're not taking commission, but we'll arrange it at a fee. So I will follow a particular order in terms of the people that are going to be receiving this. Ma'am, if you can kindly join me here so we can hand over these portraits. Yeah, Sia, oh, you'll do an extra job. But just wait, Sia, they are numbered. if you look at the bottom there, they are numbered. You're looking at portrait number 2. Okay. So, you're going to help Auntie Zay, or just to sort it out? I just want to make sure that we follow the order of how we have prioritized this. The first picture, or portrait, remind me not to leave my mask there. The first portrait is portrait number 1. Sia, you won't find it there. Unfortunately, it's already gone. That has been given to the Minister of Tourism, whose department has made it possible for us to gather here today. It was, the department was represented by Blessing. He has just left. So number 1 portrait has gone to the minister. Thank you very much. Number 2 will go to Dr. Mandla Langa. Please, if you step forward, Mandla, Ma'am, you can take the honor to hand the picture to, the portrait to Dr. Langa. Well, you can turn it to face the cameras. Turn it around, Doc. Yeah, here we go. So thank you so much for the keynote address. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much. I've always wanted a portrait to put next to where I'm working in the studio at home. Thanks.
Thank you, Doc. The number 3, Sia, goes to Dr. Somadoda Figen. He has been Dad's friend for quite some time, and today he has the honor to wrap up the conversation that we had. If you turn it around to those cameras over there. Thank you very much, Doc. Even before you do any work, you get rewarded. Thank you. And number 4 will go to IAJ. And Pfizer, please step forward to receive it. Your chairperson has just left. I don't know whether it's personally to you or to your office, but you are the workhorse that has been with us and shaping everything to what it is now. Thank you so much. And don't forget, there's a camera. There's a camera that must see, the portrait. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But we have had a huge honor having Dr. Sam Nzima grace our race reporting conference in 2017. So I've got a beautiful photograph of him. And also just being honored again once upon to be invited to partner you in this event. Thank you. It's an honor.
Thank you so much. Portrait number 5 goes to Antoinette Stolle. Always the lady of the moment. It doesn't matter where you are. Turn it to face the camera. Unlike any other photo you've had, this is a portrait, pencil, drawn, limited edition. Thank you so much, Antoinette. And then the Makubo family, Charles, please step up to receive portrait number 6. Just always turn it around to face the camera. Thank you so much, Charles. Thank you. I think I've explained the significance of the presence of Charles and Antoinette, that they are not objects. The Makubo family, represented by Mbuisa, he's not just an object or they call it a subject in the picture. It's equally Hector Peterson, who has symbolized this, the atrocities of the apartheid government, is not just a subject in the picture. We have people still alive that bring us all together. So we thank you so much for that. The last one, number 7, will go to Darren Olivier. Thank you so much, Darren, for having spent so much time with us here. You are such an expensive resource. But yeah, and Maureen, thank you so much to both of you. Maureen, let's be clear here. This is personal, it's to Darren.
I'll just join in.
It's not for the office.
Thank you,
Thanks. Thank you very much, and thank you so much, Mom, for helping us with this part of work. We really appreciate your work, and thank you so much for continuing to support us. And I'm not passing a vote of thanks back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Nzima. We have two last items, ladies and gentlemen, for this afternoon, and your master. May I ask Dr. Somadota Figeni just to come forward for the closure and way forward?
Program Director, the Nzima family, the Minister of Tourism in absentia, our keynote speaker, all the partners and those who prepared for the event, the two families which represent this legacy. I'm asked to talk about the way forward, about a person who took a stranger like me and just developed a liking over the years. In this way forward, whenever you start a foundation, you are trying to do what Cicero once said: the life of the dead is placed in the memory of the living. How do we do that? Before there was photography, there was painting. From the Khoisan in the caves thousands of years ago to the Da Vinci's of Mona Lisa's, The Last Supper, and so forth. Then came photography. But more recently, this has evolved into digital motion pictures as well. The Black Lives Matter is a testimony to that. Therefore, the foundation has the following challenge: how to integrate the different dialogues between the different forms of creative industry in the form of images. But before then, setting up structures which will make sure that not only do you have a solid foundation, but that foundation is intergenerational to survive those who are living now. The second part is the resource mobilization. That resource mobilization is to look for strategic partners. To the family, Tulani, you have already done fantastic work. But there was a discussion I had with Ubabu Semzima, Ubabu Peter Magubane, and I almost had with Ubabu Kumalo. And I was asking them what one photograph that they would pick out of so many, and which camera were they holding at that moment. I think he said Pentax. And I said, wouldn't it be fantastic as part of resource mobilization to approach that company and say, what are you contributing? Because it will also revive your own brand against the other competitions, such as your Canon, your Nikon, and many others like Samsung of late. He had agreed with a smile and quiet energy, but I doubt that actually happened. So the foundation must look for those moments and niche to say, company Pentex, you entered into the annals of history because of this photograph. But you can sustain that and show corporate social responsibility by plowing back. These are the plans that we have. Also, the way forward, especially in your relationship with the Institute of Advanced Journalism, is the issue of rights that we've been talking about here. What is the right of the subject of photography? What is the right of a photographer? And what is the right of a commissioning entity or corporate entity? Such that there is justice in that transaction and enterprise. And that in itself, I think, is going to be very important. But most foundations do work when the family understands the importance of peace, unity, and working together. You saw the families of Martin Luther King Jr. at one stage, taking each other. I want to own this letter. The other one saying, no, I want the ball pen that he signed, and so forth. Because those who come from outside are inspired by the source. You can see the challenge how the Sobukwe family has struggled. It's because the base is not there in its full might. You can see how the Biko Foundation has worked. I've worked with them a lot, even when the center was to be established. But because the base was there, and it understood that this project is bigger than the family, but the fountain has to be the family. So remember to remember. And also remember to talk and whisper to your grandchildren that this is an intergenerational work. When Shakespeare died, he was not a bestseller. But those who came after, did they benefit from that work? Spent some time with Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and he was talking about the same problem of his works and novels prescribed, translated into 27 languages, but not benefiting anything. But you go further to say, intellectual property for Africans at times go beyond an individual. Most of the songs we sing, even liberation songs, who is the author? And how do we benefit as a community? Who dear for the San people in the Karoo, the pharmaceutical industry was beginning to take away their right to an indigenous herb Rooibos was suffering the same thing. So we must begin through this foundation to interrogate the notion of intellectual property rights. And what will be the future of intellectual property rights in the sphere of the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution? And this is the space, because this foundation should be relevant to the history that has happened, should be relevant to the history that is unfolding, and should be in a dialogue with posterity. So that is the main work of this. And in my knowledge, I think this is the only foundation that has all the promises for a photojournalist who happen to be black and African. We don't have those. And it stands to profile this industry to say it is not just passion, it is not just pastime, and it has its own political economy. I'm done with that part. Sam almost became the photographer in my wedding, but he was not available, and he said, why don't you try Peter Magubane? Peter Magubane did go. He had a commitment, unfortunately, he couldn't get out of. Now I'm asked to thank people. And of course, when you're asked to thank people, you always at a disadvantage. Who will thank the thanker? The first person to thank here is the family for allowing this to happen. Your spirit of coming together and making this a reality. The second is the chair and the CEO of the foundation and the leadership of the foundation for being the nerve center of this. Of course, you mentioned and you made my work so easy by mentioning each one from Babalwa to the curators. You were thanking them. So I'm giving them a second vaccination dose of vote of thanks. But of course, uBramandla Langa, uDizadala kade bemkhwahlaza, uThambo Dala kade bemqongqotha. We really thank you because you're a stalwart of this sector. Many people think liberation struggle is an AK-47 and a stone. They do not realize that these cultural, creative work sometimes speak louder than the words. So you have remained that reminder within the ruling party, which has largely neglected the strategic importance of arts, culture, and heritage as a weapon in the new struggle for a counter-hegemonic transition. So, Bramandla, we really thank you for this stunning work. The intergenerational panel that was here with moving stories and even very important reflections that make us introspect. Nowadays, I receive something on WhatsApp and I post it somewhere. I do not even think about intellectual property. Now I'm beginning to think very seriously as I drive back to Pretoria if I am not one of the culprits who has violated these rules. Of course, Adams and Adam, the legal firm, and particularly you, sir, many legal entities today, just like audit firms, have made a killing They make money out of mistakes we make. In fact, they have become a mistakes industry. That you still have people who have a social cause to say, I want to pursue this for the sake of justice. We want to say, as the family, thank you very much. And may you continue along that path, not only to salvage Brasem, but to use Brasem as a springboard to help others who are wrestling with similar situations. When you see this complete work done, the vote of thank will tend to miss so many people, such as the people who made this a wonderful success it is. If I did not mention you, it's because you are the most eminent person in this event. And of course, the two families, Umamustole, Nabagwa Makobu, by taking time to be part of this initiative and family. They have become active agents rather than just subjects of a picture. And we really appreciate even the work that you are beginning to do. The Department of Tourism and other departments yet to join, I thank them twice for what they've done, but most importantly, what they ought to do in future. This kind of partnership is what promotes tourism, is what gives meaning to the identity of our country. Even those people who are doing the pencil drawings behind the scenes, even the sound engineers, we tend to forget them. Even the photographers, we tend to forget them. And now, here I mean literally photographers who have the long-horned ones and these ones as well. And those who will make this event trend, we thank them. Enkosi kiyaleboha, siyabonga, enkosi. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for that, Dr. Figeni. And I see, just to curb and to make sure that we do not run into any other issues, I want to thank the thanker. So thank you, Dr. Figeni. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that officially wraps up our proceedings and our program for this morning / this afternoon. I do not want to gild the lily, but just for the last time, I want to say a big thank you to the Sam Nzima Foundation, the Institute for the Advancement of Journalism, the Department of Tourism, and Nestle. And more especially, thank you for taking the time to be here, spending the day with us. Whether you're also watching from home, we absolutely appreciate it. My name is Sia Sangweni, and to have been your Master of Ceremonies and moderator this morning has been one of the greatest honors and privileges of my life for the Sam Nzima Inaugural Memorial Lecture. It has been incredible to be with you this morning and this afternoon. As everything was happening today, I was thinking about this powerful line from a Maya Angelou poem titled Our Grandmothers. And the line is, I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. And I think about the fact when we look at our panelists, when we look at young photographers in the industry today, when we look at people in this country who have benefited from an iconic photograph like this, wherever we go as one, but we stand as 10,000. One of those 10,000 being the likes of Dr. Sam Nzima, who we stand with and for today. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a fantastic rest of the afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, one final announcement. May we please have all of our panelists and speakers to make their way onto stage for one group photograph, please. Thank you.